each division. These ladies will then bowl one more 6-game block on Monday afternoon at 3 p.m. Following that, we'll cut the field to the top 16 bowlers in the regular division and the top 8 bowlers in the senior division, who will then return Monday evening for the beginning of their match play. As a reminder to all spectators, the use of flash cameras during competition is strictly prohibited. Please refrain from asking any of our participants for autographs until they have completed their tournament block. Don't forget there is U.S. Open apparel merchandise available for purchase near our registration. arrows appear, you may begin your tournament competition. How about a nice rousing Reno send-off for the ladies competing in their third block of qualifying today. Ladies, good luck and good bowling.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Third round of qualifying about to get underway. On our featured pairs for Game 1, we've got Jeannie Nacarado, Jennifer Martin, Jennifer Hand, and Jennifer Nelson, so 3 Jennifers. And on the other pair, 39 and 40, it's Carla Allsgood, Jessica Baker, and Donna Johnson. Jessica Baker, she is the holder of the only 300 game in the tournament thus far. Jess with a perfecto last night. We've got that video up on our YouTube channel. You can also find it on our Facebook page or on our Twitter feed. You can find the links to our Facebook and Twitter at the top of this page that you're looking at right now. But yeah, Jess with the only 300 of the tournament thus far. We had, I think, 16 300s last year in this event and only 1 thus far. So lanes a little bit tougher than they were last year. The pattern a little more difficult. Last year, I think the ratio was 5 to 1. This year, it's about 3.5 to 1, 3.25 to 1, something like that. So a little bit tougher lane conditions this year. Not as high of scores as we saw last time around with this event when it was in Texas last year. So for 75% of the bowlers in the field, this is going to be their last day of competition, because after today, everybody will have 18 games of qualifying in the books, and we'll cut to the top 25% in the regular division and the top 25% in the senior division, which is 50 bowlers in the regular division and 15 bowlers in the senior division. Here's Jessica Baker, our 300 shooter yesterday. Jessica's in 30th place coming into the day. She leaves the 248.10 on that shot. So Jess within the cut number so far, but some work to do to make sure that she makes the cut. Everybody bowls on fresh today. There will be a re-oil between squads. So that means the second squad today will start at about 8 p.m. Pacific time. Excuse me, if you're looking for the standings for the U.S. Women's Open, you can find them on the official website of this event, which is bowlingsuswomenopen.com. Great Zach Attack wants to know, are any senior bowlers bowling in the main field? Yeah, I believe there are. For sure, Jan Schmidt. Not sure about anybody else, but Jan Schmidt elected to bowl in the regular division. So after we make the cut today, We'll have 50 bowlers in the regular division and 15 in the senior division left. We will have 6 more games tomorrow afternoon, starting at 3 o'clock, and then make the cut for match play to the top 16 in the regular division and top 8 in the senior division. And match play tomorrow night starts at 8 p.m. Pacific time. So seniors bowl 8 games of match play tomorrow night, and then they will cut to the top 4 for the stepladder finals, which will be live here on Bowl TV at 1 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday. And the final round of round robin match play in the regular division takes place starting at 3 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday. So sometime late Tuesday afternoon, early Tuesday evening, we should know the 5 players who have made it to the televised finals. It's going to be taped on Wednesday for broadcast on ESPN2, July 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And they have already started constructing the lanes underneath the Reno Arch. They got started with that this morning, and I posted a photo of it on my Facebook page. Go to facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Check out the photo of the lanes being constructed under the Reno Arch. That's facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Again, the bowlers on our featured pairs: Carla Allsgood, Jessica Baker, Donna Johnson, Gina Nacarado, Jennifer Martin, Jennifer Hand, and Jennifer Nelson. Jessica Baker getting ready to step up here on lane 39. After starting with the 2-4-8-10, she's rattled off 3 strikes in a row. See if Jess can get another one. Again, Jess shot 300 last night. She's not going to shoot 300 this game, but looks like she's off to a pretty good start to the day. Folks wanted to see Josie Ernest, so we'll give you a shot at her. The reason why we don't show this camera very often is because that service light is in the way. But they're going to try to get rid of that for me tomorrow. Josie has yet to strike on the left lane, but has struck every time in the right lane today. So no doubles for her. They're bowling 6 games today. And we should be on schedule all day long. And as far as I can tell, there shouldn't be any reason why things won't progress as expected. There should be a pretty long break between squads today because they will do the re-oil, and I would guess that it could be hour and a half, 45-minute long break between squads today. 78 lanes here at the National Bowling Stadium. We have 4 lane machines though, so they can get the lanes run pretty quick. But better to be on the safe side. They scheduled it for 8 o'clock this evening. Again, if you want to check out that photo of the lanes being constructed under the Reno Arch that I took this morning, you can find that on my Facebook page, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. So Baker with the 9-pin here in the 6th, that put an end to her string of strikes. Spare here, she'll still have 118 in the 5th, but spare in the 6th if she can make it here. Still a solid start to the block for Baker. Give me another shot of Josie Ernest. She hasn't doubled yet. She's clean though. Got a Dutch 200 working 7th frame. Still hasn't struck on that lane. Looks a little frustrated. Diesel wants to know if we're going to see O'Keefe on the featured pair today. I don't know. I don't know who makes it to our featured pairs. We've been pretty fortunate, though, so far. We've not had any repeat visits from anybody on the featured pairs, so that's promising at least, and I think that may continue. It's hard to say. Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I'm not sure if we'll have any repeat customers on the live stream pairs or not today. So many bowlers in the field and so many lanes. Chances are you're going to get just about everybody on the featured pairs at some point. Lisa Henkel just sent me a tweet, wants to know the pattern. It is the same pattern we've been bowling on the last couple of days. It doesn't change throughout the tournament. It's a 39-foot pattern. Find details on it on bowling'sUSWomen'sOpen.com. There's Jessica Baker going high, leading the 6-10. Evan wants to know if there's any chance of seeing Kelly. I don't think so. She was on the first game, the first round, and she's starting on 49, so she will skip over us today. I'd say there's a good chance that we could see some big names a little bit later on today. It's hard to tell, but we haven't seen O'Keefe, we haven't seen Nation, we haven't seen Doran Ballard. A lot of people we have not seen on the featured pairs so far. At least, not that I remember, but it's a lot of games. So. Another question in the chat, have I ever seen any two-handed women bowlers in any of the tournaments you've announced? Yes, I have, actually. Jamie Foster comes to mind. She bowled collegiately. She's a two-handed bowler. I haven't seen her bowl in a while, though. Who else? There was a real thin girl from Russia who bowled with two hands at the World Cup a number of years ago. I've seen a few other ones in international competition. So yeah, there are some two-handed female bowlers out there, and I think that while it hasn't quite caught on as much with the women as it has with the men, I think that we'll start to see a few more of those in the future. Thanks for the question. Let's take a look at Josie. 9th frame, she still has not doubled. She finally gets a strike on the left lane, but she didn't strike last time on the right lane. Josie 159 in the 8th and a strike in the 9th. (1953) says it would be nice if it wasn't impossible to have flexibility in the coverage and take the cameras to the best bowlers. Well, I agree that that would be nice to be able to show the best bowlers all the time, but it wouldn't necessarily be fair to the rest of the bowlers in the field. Everybody likes to be on the live streaming pairs. Everybody has friends and family back home who wants to watch them for a little while. So the fairest way that I think we can provide the broadcast is to pick two pairs and occasionally check out a third and see what's going on, and that way we get a wide range of styles, a lot of different folks on the featured pairs, and you get a lot of the superstars as well. And you may have a couple of games where you don't have any big names, but that's going to happen. Ninth frame for Jessica Baker. That one goes high, leaves a 3-6-10. But for those of you who like to watch the Superstars Bowl, don't worry, we'll have plenty of airtime for them when match play gets started, because the top 16, I'm sure, will be filled to the brim with all the talented stars. And even during the cashers round tomorrow afternoon, it'll be all the players who have done well so far in the first 3 rounds. And we'll have a nice round of competition for you tomorrow afternoon with all of the people who have bowled well this week. There's Josie as she strikes on lane number 44. And 1953, unfortunately, I don't think you get our setup here and what the format of the tournament is. You say that it'd be better in match play to cover the most exciting and meaningful matches. Well, it's round robin match play. Every match is meaningful and exciting, and we will cover 3 of the pairs that they're going to use for that final round of round robin match play here on Tuesday afternoon. So we will have a lot of matches and a lot to choose from. So just hold tight, 1953. We'll show you some good bowling, don't worry. Game 1 starting to come to a wrap here. Josie Ernest off to our right, shot 208 clean with nothing but 9 spares and strikes. Jennifer Hand, 191. Gina Nacarado, 195. 151 for Carla Allsgood. Tyler wants to know if there's a charge to get in Monday and Tuesday. I do not believe so. All the action here at the National Bowling Stadium is free to watch, and plenty of seating with the stadium seating here at the stadium. Once again today, they're going to wait till everybody finishes a game before they start the next game, so there will be a little bit of a break between games, just a few minutes though, as Jessica finishes this game on a low note with the 4-6-7 here in the 10th frame, and she won't be real happy about that. So with 2, she'll shoot 202. So 202, the final score for Baker as she opens in the 1st and the 10th frames. We will broadcast this event all the way up until the TV show. We cannot live stream the TV show because ESPN2 has the rights to it. but I'll try to keep everybody updated on my Twitter and Facebook pages best I can while the show's going on. 179 for Jennifer Martin, 142 for Jennifer Nelson. So we'll wait for the start of game 2. It should only be a few minutes here. I see one pair that just started the 10th frame, so maybe 5 or 7 minutes before we get started with game 2. Sit tight. Don't go anywhere, folks. Be right back. So the next game getting ready to start here. A couple of good names coming to the pair. Kathy Dorr and Lizzie made the Queen show a year and a half ago. Lisa Beeksma and a good young and upcoming star, Jackie Carbonetto. They are on 39 and 40 on 41 and 42. Lisa Graham on the right side there. Also have Laura Hardiman, Connie Palmer, and Melissa Esther. Not quite sure how to pronounce that one, but if you know in the chat, let me know. Doran Lizzie starts with a strike. She had 213 the first game. Of the 7 bowlers we have on the featured pairs, Connie Palmer is the only senior bowler. She mixes them up for the strike. It's Carbonetto. She starts things off with a strike. Lisa starts things off with a baby split here. Beeksma with 233 in her first game today. Laura Hardiman 190 to start the day. Here's her first shot in game 2. By the way, Lucy Sandelin continues her torrid run through the senior division. 249 first game for Lucy. She may be wishing that she entered the regular division because she has been on fire here this week. Here's Jackie. Oh, 9-pin. Good shot though from Jackie. Lisa Graham, 259 the first game today, starts this game with an open and now a split of 4-6-7. Again, just to recap who's on 39 through 42, our featured pairs: Jackie Carbonetto, Lisa Beeksma, Kathy Doran Lizzie, Lisa Graham, Laura Hardiman, Connie Palmer, and Melissa Eister. Carbonetto, third frame. Wow. She's getting hosed this game. 216 to start the day. Strike. She left a 9-pin. and now a 7-pin. Hardiman, second frame. That ball doesn't get to the pocket. Comes up light. Hardiman misses the single pin. Fisher wants to know what kind of pins they're using. They're just standard AMF bowling pins. At least they look like AMF pins from, yeah, I can see the logos, the AMF, cubic AMF logo on them. Kathy Doran Lizzie shooting the double wood here. Covers it up. Someone in the chat wanted to see Kelly. There she is. Kind of off to our left. I don't really have any room to get a camera left because there's the main entrance to the bowling lanes is right there to my left, so I don't have any space, but you can take a look at Kelly. Comes up light. She'll have to split, so maybe we shouldn't show her anymore. Every time we do that, every time we try to show somebody off in the distance, they split. I did talk to Kelly before they started today. She usually stops by and says hi before the day starts. And, I told her, thanks for making me look smart yesterday, because I predicted before her squad that she was going to be the leader after the second round, and she proved me right. Carbonetto finally gets a break and carries one. Someone in the chat wants to know where the bowlers get their shirts with their names. Well, you can buy any shirt and take it to an embroiderer and have them put the name on the back of it. Some of them have the high five jerseys or Gemini jerseys. As for the skirts, I guess you can probably find those at any sporting goods store, maybe like a Nike store or an Adidas store, I think. I actually had to go, I was at the Team USA training camp in Colorado Springs one year, and the girls needed some skirts. So I was the runner. I had to run to Dick's Sporting Goods and pick up 5 skirts for them so that they could have them for their exhibition match. So check out places like that. And yeah, they're not, as Iron Maiden mentions, they're not true skirts. They're more like skorts, I guess is what you call them. There's Jackie trying to get a double. There you go, Jackie. Strike 9 spare 9 spare double for Carbonetto. Fisher wants to know, is there really a Lucas Jinx or something? Yes, there is. Although I believe Jessica Baker is exempt from the Wiseman Jinx because she has now bowled 2 300s when I've been around in major competitions. We were talking about that before we got started today because Jess was right in front of us. She came over and said thanks for putting the 300 on, and said that she even mentioned it. She's like, I guess I'm immune to the Jinx, and I said, I guess so. So congrats again to Jess for 300 game last night. If you want to find it, it's on our YouTube channel. You can also find the video on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC1. You saw Tammy Turner off in the distance there. She's just to the left of our cameras. Or Hardiman with a double. I'll try and get everybody a shot of Lucy Sandelin next time she's up. She is running away with the senior division. And so she deserves a little bit of airtime, I think. Oh, Jackie just left the big four. Kathy Doran, Lizzie, so far this game. Strike, 9 spare, 8 spare, double for CDL. Someone asked if Wendy McPherson is on 43. She's on 45, and she had 217 the first game. Missed a single pin this game and no doubles through 5 frames. Laura Hardiman with a split after the double. And sorry, Rymac, can't get a view of 47 or 48. It's just a little too far. Hoping we can commandeer some additional infrastructure tomorrow to spread out a little bit. We want to get a camera a little bit further down on the high end so that we can show some of the seniors match play tomorrow evening. So that's the plan, and hopefully I can use that space table cables that I'm going to get and expand over so we can show 43 through 46 during match play. It's kind of the plan at this stage, but Jason Overstreet will be coming in tomorrow to help out the rest of the way, so he'll help me make some of those decisions once we start moving into match play. Dave Lamont, Chris Barnes also going to be coming into town. I think Chris might actually be coming in today. I'm not sure that we'll have him on today, but certainly we will have Dave and Chris on at some point. They always like to sit in and do some commentary during the events. Apparently even mentioning somebody jinxes them because Wendy McPherson just left a 248.10 in the 6th. She's not had a great tournament, and she is in jeopardy of not making the first cut. She got 0 on the attempt. So Wendy had 90 in the 6th. I guess Wendy just hasn't matched up well here this week. I think she was outside of the cut number coming into the day. Beeksma with the shot through the beak there for a strike in the 7th. Here's Lucy Sandelin. Lucy slowing down a little bit this game. Only 108 in the 6th frame. That's a low game for her this week. Kathy Doran Lizzie converting the 10 pin in the 7th frame. She's clean through 7, had a 3-bagger in there, so is on pace to have a nice game. Mick, we will not be showing the championship round of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. Our friends at ESPN2 have the rights to the coverage. Ooh, Hardiman just does hang on for the spare there. Doran Lizzie, 8th frame. She did not like that one at all. But she'll probably be okay with the result. Here's Sandelin again. Another 10 pin. I like that pair right there. The final is July 3rd on ESPN2 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when it'll be broadcast. Craig McLambs just sent me a tweet at Lucas_Wiseman and wants to know, Lucas, do you know how many spots they are cutting to? It's the top 25%, so it's 50 in the regular division and 15 in the senior division. Nice shot there by Carbonetto. Jubal wants to know if we're going to announce the winner before the TV broadcast. Yes, that's the plan. At least as of now. Who knows what's going to happen between now and Wednesday, but usually what we'll do with tournaments like the U.S. Women's Open, when it airs a few days later, we'll announce the results on bowl.com, but we'll put a teaser up on the front page. So we'll kind of put a generic picture of the setup, and with a headline that says, find out who won the U.S. Women's Open, and that way, if you don't want to know, you don't have to click it. Ninth frame wrapping up here on 39 and 40. Biegsma with a strike. By the way, Rymack, if you're still watching, Melanie shot 233. Had 220 the first game. Wendy McPherson, 118 in the 8th frame. She's really struggling this game and this week. We see Kelly off in the distance there. Just gave a little fist pump. Oh, well, that was not a fist pump. She was mad. She left the 10-pin. Misread the body language there. I thought she had gotten a strike. Carbonetto with a split. And 1953 says that we want to draw as few viewers as possible by not having it live. I can tell you, we've done a lot of live shows, we've done a lot of taped shows. It doesn't matter if it's live or taped. The ratings are the same. They are the same if it's live or taped. Pin for Doran Lizzie. Carbonetto shot 173. A game that should have been higher than that. She should have started with the front 5 that game, but Carbonetto 173. A few things going on in the chat here. Mick says, Lucas, you should come over to the Irish Open and broadcast it in January 2013. That sounds like fun. I've never been there, so, but I don't know that USBC is going to let me come and broadcast an Irish tournament. D. Monroe wants to know if there's going to be a shelter over the lanes to protect them. Not that I'm aware of. If for some reason the weather gets funky here in Reno, which is unexpected, then they would have the finals at the National Bowling Stadium. But as far as I can tell from the forecast, it's completely dry here. I lived here for 6 months when I did the USBC Open Championships in 2004. And I'm pretty sure that it snowed in that 6 months, it snowed once, and I think it rained like twice or 3 times that I can remember. It just doesn't rain very much here. It's a very dry climate. 215 for Kathy Doran Lizzie. As we're starting the 10th frame now on 41 and 42. Jubal says we should broadcast Junior Gold. We will broadcast Junior Gold. The final 2 days. Beeksma just left the 4-pin. 197 her max now. Lucy Sandlin getting ready for her 10th frame. She can strike out for 207. Working on a strike entering the 10th. Turns it into a double. A little love tap on the 4-pin there for Lisa Graham. Only 128 though this game after shooting 259 the first game. So that is a bit of a turnaround. She gets about half of what she got the first game. Wendy McPherson will shoot 155 this game. Lucy with the Greek church on the double, so that'll put her in the 190s if she gets 3 pins here. 193 for Connie Palmer. Laura Hardiman working on a double. 10th frame, gets the first one in the 10th. She can max out at 210 this game. More shots to go this game. Appreciate everybody tuning in, watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for all the great questions and comments in the chat. I try to keep up the best I can. Six Mikey says, I'm going to Bangkok, Thailand next month. What is a must-see? I've been there 3 or 4 times, and it's a marvelous place. You got to go to the night markets and go down to the MBK, which is a shopping center downtown Bangkok, right near Siam Station. There's some good shopping there as well. Of course, you got all the temples and stuff to see. Lots to do in Bangkok. Pretty cool place. 210 for Laura Hardiman, so be a few minutes before we start the next game. So just hang out, grab a cold drink, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes here on Bowl TV.
It started a couple years ago, and I knew I needed an extra challenge. League was fun, but it wasn't preparing me for my weekend tournaments, and when I traveled, I felt unprepared. So I wanted to get into the sport bowling to really challenge myself and hone my skills so that I went to, like I said, a tournament. I was prepared and ready to bowl.
Obviously, when you first start, it's a little bit frustrating. Your average takes a dive a little bit, but if you stick with it, for people who may want to give this a try, sticking with it does help.
Absolutely. You just gotta, take your lumps and expect not to average 220 like you do on your league night, and say, it's okay averaging 180, 190 and getting up into the 200s, and you feel like you've accomplished something averaging 200 on a sport pattern.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
And here we go with the third game of the day on the featured pairs. This game, we've got Paige Woodard, Karen Marcano, and Brianna Caldwell. On 41 and 42, Marianne McComb, Yuko Nakatani, Pam Lawrence, and Jeanette Adams. Welcome back, everybody. Can they stop everybody between games and wait for everybody to finish up before they start the next game? So that's what the delay is, as we wait for everybody to wrap up. Tournament director John Lucido says that he does it that way because it takes a long time to get from lanes 3 and 4 to back down to the high end and vice versa. So they want to give everybody a fair shake. Keith Lee wants to know in the chat if I'm related to Danny Wiseman. I am not directly related to Danny Wiseman. Thank you for the question, though. Was Carolyn Doran Ballard on the featured pair last game? If she was, that's news to me, but it was her sister, Kathy Doran Lizzie, who was on the featured pair last game. Brianna Caldwell starts with a split. There's quite a few people here today in the National Bowling Stadium watching. I wish I could give you a better look of the crowd, but I don't have a real good angle. But it's pretty packed on the concourse, and I think it's only going to get even busier the next couple of days with Bowl Expo in town, as well as the Women's Championship still going on There's a lot of bowling fans in town, and they are making their way to the National Bowling Stadium to watch this fantastic event. As we take a look at Karen Marcano. Karen 206, 258 today. If you're just tuning in, this is the start of the third game. Of the final round of qualifying. After today, the top 50 in the regular division, the top 15 in the senior division will advance to a cashier's round of qualifying tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific time. They'll bowl 6 more games, and then the top 16 in the regular division and the top 8 in the senior division will make it to match play starting Monday night. Thanks for all the questions in the chat today, as well as all the tweets being sent at me this afternoon. Mercedes checking in from Argentina. Thanks for watching. Joe Bowers wants to know the youngest bowler in the Women's U.S. Open. I don't know, but if you look at the standings on Bowling's U.S. Women's Open.com, there's a double asterisk by some of the names. That indicates a youth bowler. So there's quite a few of them. Some of them just graduated high school. If you want to tweet me, you can tweet at Lucas_Wiseman. RB wants to know about the number of participants in this year's U.S. Open compared to the number of bowlers in previous years. Last year, I think there was about 300 bowlers in the tournament. This year, there's 263 if you include the seniors. Prior to last year, 267 was the record, if I remember correctly. So entries down just a little bit, but it's still a good turnout for the U.S. Women's Open this year. Almi Guerra watching Faro Carrillo. Almi will be bowling on the next squad, presumably, unless she's got her laptop out there and is chatting on the live stream while bowling, but I'm sure that Almi's bowling on the next squad. Caldwell goes high, leaves the 3-6-10. Keith wants to know where the U.S. Women's Open will be next year. I don't have any information on that. Let's see if Brianna can cover it up here, and she does. Sorry about that. I was just making some adjustments to the camera, so I had to get them up a little bit higher. Some tall people got in the way of the cameras there. We're in the third game of this final round of qualifying here at the U.S. Women's Open. Recap for you who's on the featured pairs this game on 41 and 42. It's Marianne McComb, Pam Lawrence, Yuko Nakatani, Jeanette Adams, and over on 39 and 40, it's Paige Woodard, Karen Marcano, and Brianna Caldwell. Brianna Caldwell up on the left lane, former Team USA member, young up-and-comer. She goes high flush for the strike in the fourth frame. Question in the chat, do I bowl? Yes, I bowl sometimes. Not as much as I used to, but I do bowl occasionally. Pam Lawrence leaves the 7-pin on that shot. And Brian Toll checking in. Thunderloft Wiseman is his name. Yes, I got the nickname Thunderloft from bowling at Forum Bowling Lanes in Grand Prairie, Texas, where I play right on the house shot, loft it to the arrows. And I don't know, I think I averaged 212 doing that during the season. Smoke has a very interesting question. All caps, must definitely want it answered. What pattern is this? You don't have to yell at me. It's the U.S. Open pattern. It's 39 feet, special pattern for this event. Not quite sport. You can find it on bowlingsuSwomen'sopen.com. And Smoke also wants to know where in Reno this is. Well, Reno's not very big, so there aren't many places it could be. The National Bowling Stadium, though, is where we're at, right downtown. Tanya Ramanpur off to my right has the front 5 this game. Tanya loves the fresh. She shot 750 on the fresh yesterday, 740 on the fresh yesterday, and oh no, wait, was it 740 on the? It was on the burn yesterday. She shot 740, but she's loving the fresh today. 214, 267 front 5 for Tanya. Brianna with a 10-pin. If I'm not mistaken, we may have Stephanie Nation coming on to the featured pairs next game. In fact, I believe we will have Stephanie Nation and Sarah Germano. And I can't tell who the other folks are going to be at this stage, but Stephanie Nation coming up in the fourth game. Marcano. Crossing over, leaves 6-10. By the way, I mentioned Tanya, and she goes out there and gets a split for an open after the front 5. Paige Woodard up on the right lane. Comes up light, leaves the 2-5. Fifth 1953 is checking me out here. Lucas averaged 244 for 6 games in 06-07 league. I'll tell you about that. That was at Classic Lanes in Greendale, Wisconsin, where there have been multiple 900s bowled. I bowled on the house shot there. The first game that I ever bowled there in league, I had the front 10. Shot 289, shot 750. Went back the next week. They asked me to sub again. Shot another big 700 series, and I said, you know what? I'm not bowling here anymore. They're too easy. And I never bowled there again. Brianna Caldwell up in the 6th. Leaves the 6-10 on that shot. Well, just when it looked like Wendy McPherson was having some troubles, front 4, 9 spare double for Wendy Mack this game, so she's coming back after the 154 last game. Karen Marcano with a strike. Not a lot of strikes going on that pair. It's 2 strikes and 6 frames for 3 bowlers. That's brutal. Pam Lawrence. Not a lot of strikes on this pair either, as Pam gets 3 off the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 strikes for 4 bowlers in 6 frames. So I don't know if they're getting a little more challenging with the transition here or what's going on, but the strikes have gone away. Iron Maiden wants to know if I made my appearance at the USBC Open Championships this year. Yeah, I bowled in February in Baton Rouge. Shot 1683, I think. $16.83, not too bad for me at the for all events of the Open. Just don't bowl a lot. Practiced just a little bit before I went, and got a lesson with Bill Hall at the VIP lanes before I went on the lanes. So I was pretty happy with my performance. 570, 570, 540. Marianne McComb fires a strike there. Looks like Wendy might shoot a big game here. She desperately needs it. She's certainly outside of the cut number still. Yuko Nakatani with a strike. Let's take a closer look at the former Team USA member Brianna Caldwell's approach. She leaves the 4-pin. No, it goes down. Looks like Stephanie Nation's having a good day. She was in second coming into this round, and 224, 242 for Steph. She's got a four-bagger this game, and she's going to be coming to the featured pairs for the next game. Guess what I just spotted, which is probably a bad thing for her, but way down on 25, Kelly Kulik with the front seven. Looks like 216, 224 so far today for Kelly. So I think that means that Stephanie and Kelly are probably neck and neck at this stage for the top spot. And I know everybody has their favorite player that they want to know scores for. Fortunately, I can't give them to you. I can only see who's in front of me here, and we'll have to wait on some sort of standings to come in to give an update. And haven't seen any standings today as of yet. Kelly's up right now. I'll let you know if she keeps the string going. She's got the front seven. Kelly just threw it. Doesn't look like she liked it. And guess what? The jinx is on. Kelly gets 8. Watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. This is the end of Game 3 of the first squad of the day. We're in the 9th frame on both of our featured pairs. Tim wants to know what I think the projected cut will be for the top 50. Well, it's always a challenging question. It was 86 over after the first round, and 169 over coming into today. And they're both squads are bowling on the fresh today, so I'm going to guess, and this is just a guess, don't hold me to it. I'm going to go with, let's go with 235 over. How about that? Not quite sure if that's going to be the number or not, but that would be my guess if I had to give you a guess right now. Wendy Mack, 258 this game. She got a spare in the 10th. Elise Bolton today, I know a few people were asking about her, 203, 202, and she's going to shoot about the same this game. Winnie McPherson actually shot 256. Rymack, if you're still watching, Melanie shot 172 and is plus 25 today. Oh, Brianna Caldwell just missed a 10 pin in the 10th frame to shoot 190. She's not happy about it. Pam Lawrence with a double. Chris Barnes just stopped over and said hi a minute ago. He just got into town today. Told him he's got an open invitation to come sit in and talk with us, and he may do that later. Depends. He may want to spend some time with Linda watching her bowl, so can't blame him for that. Stephanie Nation just shot 268, it looks like, down there. And Kelly Kulik looks like she'll be in the 250s here in game 3. 177 for Paige Woodard, 190 for Brianna Caldwell. Marianne McComb, 173. Yuko Nakatani, 233. Pam Lawrence looks like she'll be in the 140s here. And Jeanette Adams can strike out for 177. Stephanie Nation, 267. She's 733 for the first 3 games today. Ken says hi to Sonia in Windsor, Connecticut. He says that she's watching, so hello out to Windsor, Connecticut. So we watch the 3rd game wrapping up here. Adams with a double in the 10th frame. Pam Lawrence, 149. Karen Marcano has doubled in the 10th and looks like she'll shoot 202. Just Just checking in on the chat here again. Apologize. It's hard to keep up with everything at the same time. So if I miss your questions, I apologize. Jeremy wants to know the website for the scores again. They are updated at the end of the day, and it's bowlingsuSwomen'sopen.com. We have a link to that on bowl.com. We are done now on our featured pairs. 201 for Karen Marcano, 177 for Jeanette Adams. Look across the house here, see how long it's going to be before we start the next game. They still have the 9th and 10th frames to go on 61 and 62. So it will be a few minutes before we get started, maybe 5 or 10. So hang out, relax, maybe get a snack, get geared up for game number 4. Looks like Stephanie Nation will be among those on the featured pair here for the next game. So we are going to take a commercial break, but we will be back in just a couple of minutes here. Give you something to look forward to. Here are the bowlers who will be on the featured pairs. It's going to be Sarah Germano, Stephanie Nation, Adrienne Miller, Linda Kelly, Stephanie Walton, Brandy Stevens, Takiko Nakawana, and Janine Ditch. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, continuing coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV.
You really have to hone in on a specific spot and be accurate time after time. It's also very valuable in working with the high school kids that we do and coaching them, trying to get them to be a lot more accurate. So learning to read the lanes, what your ball is doing and what a ball can do is what I'm really trying to work on and really trying to learn.
What would you say to someone who's considering going out and trying sport condition? I mean, it can be frustrating at first.
It can be very frustrating, but it's one of those things, if you want to get better and you really want to see what potential you have, it's a great thing to do. I encourage a lot of people to go out there. Actually have my daughters bowling on sport patterns just to get away from house patterns. It does expose pieces in your game, and you miss a board right, board left, and you pay for it. So, working on that accuracy is really valuable.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
I got into sport bowling because I wanted to improve my game. I started out bowling a lot of different leagues, things like that, but I really wanted to push myself, and so I thought getting into a sport league would really be something that I could do consistently, and it would be something I would learn from.
What has the experience of sport bowling done for you as far as competition and tournaments?
Oh, I think it's really opened up my eyes because now I'm able to play different parts of the lane. I have a lot more confidence playing those parts of the lane. I'm a pretty straightforward, easygoing girl. I play up 10 if I can, but now I'm not afraid to move left. I'm not afraid to move right, and it's really helped me so that when I go into those tournaments, I have an open mind.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
So 3 games to go, and for a lot of these bowlers, it is time for the final push if they want to make the cut. This is game number 16 overall, and on the featured pairs here this game, we've got Sarah Germano, Stephanie Nation, Adrienne Miller, who you just saw strike there, Linda Kelly, and over on 41 and 42, Stephanie Walton, Brandy Stevens, Takiko Nakawana, and Janine Ditch. Those are the 8 bowlers that we have for you on the featured pairs here at this game. And all this is building up to the finals, which are going to take place on Wednesday under the Reno Arch, downtown Reno here on Virginia Street. They started construction on the lanes this morning, and I walked out there, took a picture of the early setup. You can check that out on my Facebook page, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Posted a picture of the early progress. I'm going to try to get out there each evening and each morning to post a new picture so you can kind of keep track of what it looks like as we move forward. So after this squad ends, I may head over there during the break and try to snap another picture of it and post it, see if there's any changes in the way that it looks out there. It'll start to look more and more like bowling lanes as they move along. Adrian Miller gets 5, knocks down half the pins on that shot. Leaves the bucket plus a side kick. Naganawa, sorry, with the strike in the second. Sarah Germano leaves the 10 pin. Germano 192, 247, 208 so far today. As for Adrian Miller, 214, 198, and 235. I'm expecting in the next few minutes to get standings after the first 3 games today for this squad. As Brandy Stevens start things off with a double here in this 4th of 6 games. Been kind of a rough day for Takiko. 164, 149, 245. So she's heading the right direction at least. As we take a look at Linda Kelly, 188, 200, 167 for Linda so far today. Spare strike to start this game. Stephanie Nation, 224, 242, 267 today. Nation shooting the 10 pin. Germano, strike spare to start this game, and a brutal 8-pin, stone cold 8 for Germano. Watching live coverage here on Bold TV of the U.S. Women's Open Worth National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. right wing wants a close-up of Stephanie's approach. Let's see what we can do for you here. Stephanie leaves a split. Don't think she's done very much of that this week. She is right up there at the top of the leaderboard. Linda Kelly looking for a double. Leaves the split. 4-7-10 for Kelly. George Palumbo looking for an update from Thailand. I believe they start in about 2 hours with the second squad of the boys singles. They got a couple hours to go before they get started. World Youth 2012 is where they have the scoring updates for that tournament. WorldYouth2012.com. Adrian Miller. Looks like getting some standings coming in here to the broadcast booth. Stephanie Nation is leading this squad at 35-40. She's 20 pins ahead of Kelly Kulik. Missy Parkin third on the squad. Michelle Sterner is fourth at 34-55. I'm sorry, 34-11 is Michelle Sterner. Kim Eulis in fifth. Rocio Restrepo sixth place. Carol Giannotti seventh. Adrian Miller eighth. Shannon Sellens ninth. Josie Ernest in 10th. Jessica Baker in 11th place. And the top 50 make the first cut, and after 15 games, 25th place on this squad is plus 136. But the next squad is the stronger of the two squads. I know we had a lot of people ask about Carolyn Doran Ballard. She's 15th on this squad, has shot .622 today, averaging .214. So the average coming into the day to make the cut, to make the top 50, was .214. So .214 average was 50th place coming into today. Currently, a .214 average on this squad is 15th place. So it's kind of what I would be looking at. And that's 215 over right now. Carolyn Doran Ballard in 15th place. It's possible that only 15 or 17 or 18 players from this squad could make the cut, because the second squad is a little more stacked. Although this squad has got some great players on it as well. Of course, the standings that I'm looking at are unofficial and will be verified at the end of this squad. Stephanie just struck for a double. And I attempted, and you guys will have to let me know if it worked out well or not. I attempted to take a picture of about the top 40 or so on this squad on my phone, and I just tweeted it. So if you guys want to go check that out on Twitter and see if you're able to decipher the image, it's going to be kind of hard to read, but it's the best I can do. And I'll post the link in the chat to my Twitter feed. So you guys can go to twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman and tell me if that works, if you're able to tell that. If you're able to read that. As for the seniors, I do have an update on them. After the 3 games today, Lucy Sandelin in the lead by 143 pins on this squad. Robin Romeo second, Lisa Wasson third, Dana Miller-Mackey fourth, Gina Nacarado is fifth, Pauletta Vidad sixth, Teresa Ross seventh, Sharon Powers and Tracy Kincaid tied for eighth. Yeah, they cut to the top 15 in the seniors. So doing my best to give you guys an update on the standings here, working with what I've got. Meanwhile, while I had my nose in the standings there, Takiko Nakanawa has strung together 7 strikes in a row with a spare to start on our featured pair. How about that? Maybe the strikes are starting to come around here. Nation with 3 strikes in a row. Here's Sarah Germano working on a double. Nakanawa looking for an 8th consecutive strike and leaves the washout. Adrian Miller looking for a 3rd consecutive strike as this pair starting to heat up a little bit. Germano with a 3-bagger, Nation with a 3-bagger. Adrian Miller's got 3 in a row. So those 3 players starting to find some strikes on 39 and 40. Nation. Leaves the 10 pin. Stephanie Walton going to be in the 170s this game. As game 4 coming to a close here. Adrian Miller, her 4th consecutive strike. Germano looking for a 4th consecutive strike as well. Leaves the 10 pin. Kelly strikes in the 8th frame. Here's the final shot for Takiko. Leaves the 10 pin, 244 for her. So back-to-back 240 game. Sorry, 243. Back-to-back 240 games for her. Working on a way to try to get you guys a better look at these unofficial standings after 3 games. That's why I'm a little bit quiet here. Trying to make a better quality image. Okay, so if you go to my Facebook page, facebook.com/LucasUSBC, I just posted a picture of the top 37 on this squad. And these are completely unofficial scores, but an opportunity for you guys to at least see something. Brandy Stevens, 235, as we'll head over to 39 and 40 for the rest of this game. Adrian Miller's got a 5-bagger. Linda Kelly just got a double. They're wrapping up the 9th frame here. So you guys check it out on facebook.com/LucasUSBC and see if that image is a little easier to read. Stephanie with a stone cold 8-pin there. Carey struggling for Steph here in this 4th game of the day. And in order to, when you go to my Facebook page, click on the image and it will bring it up full size. You can see all the names and everything. Adrian Miller, 10th frame, working on 5 in a row. Max score here of 246 possible. Trips out the 4. Germano's fill ball. Strikes for 217. Puts Germano at 64 over for the day. Second shot for Adrian Miller in the 10th frame. Another strike. We'll put her in the 240s. Strike on the fill for Adrian Miller, 246. Adrian Miller plus 93 on the day. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to try as often as I can to post a picture of the standings on my Facebook page. And what I'll do is I'll delete them, the old one, when I post a new one. That way you don't get confused. And let me see if I can... I'll give you an update on the seniors after game 4 here, once we get those standings in. But doing the best I can to Get you guys a look at the unofficial standings that we have here at the tournament site. Stephanie Nation can strike on the fill for 213. It'll be her low game of the day, but still 146 pins over for Stephanie. Linda Kelly can strike out for 218. Here's Steph's final shot on the featured pair. Linda Kelly with a washout on her second shot in the 10th. So she'll be in the low 200s here. Looks like this might be one of the last pairs to finish up this game, so we shouldn't have too long of a break between games. .203 for Linda Kelly, so we'll wait for the start of Game 5 here on Bowl TV. Back in just a couple of minutes. So 2 more games to go for the A squad. On the featured pairs this game, Carol Giannotti, Darius Ruffner, Rocio Restrepo, Erin Lenahan, Kayla Johnson, Sharon Powers, and Jennifer Brown. 2 more games to go on this squad, and the last push for some of these players to make that first cut. Sharon Powers in the senior division, 245, 177, 184, 189 for her thus far. There's Carol Giannotti. Strike. First shot this game. Carol so far today, 199, 279, 244, 183. Linehan with a strike. Looks like it went late there. Rocio Restrepo has been having a good tournament, and she's having a good day today. She gets the late touch on the 10-pin to avoid the 7-10 split. Rocio so far today, 222, 195, 233, 259. So Rocio Restrepo surging up the standings here. Rocio with a rare missed makeable spare. Don't see that too often out of Rowe. Just did miss it. Carol Giannotti with the spare in the second, so strike spare for Carol. Restrepo back on track after the open in the first as Rowe gets the strike. Kayla Johnson. Nice looking strike right there. Kayla is 32 over so far today. Question in the chat, is Michelle Sterner going to get near the featured pairs? She was on, I think, 2 days ago, first round, so I don't think we'll have her on again. We haven't had any repeats yet, and I don't think we will. I think we get new players every game of the whole tournament. I think we have Carolyn Dorn-Ballard coming to the featured pair for the last game, which could be interesting because Carolyn has been flirting with that cut number. And, well, she shot 177 last game. That's not going to help her bid to make the cut. So it could be a very interesting final game here for Carolyn Dorn-Ballard qualifying. And she tries to get into safe distance within the cut, and she may have a stressful evening if she doesn't finish strong. Question about how old you have to be in the senior division. It's 50 and up. And Rowe with another missed single pin. What's going on with Rocio here? She tries to calm herself down. It's very un-Rowe-like. Just getting some standings in again here. I'll do my best to get another picture of it. So give me just a moment. Rocio. Well, looks like she's got the left lane fine. She needs to find a way to carry on the right lane and needs to make a few spares. Okay, you can go to my Facebook page now. The regular division standings with 2 games left on this squad are posted. Kelly Kulik in the lead, Stephanie Nation second, Missy Parkin in third. Looks like Kelly shot 279 in game 16. So go check that out. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Make sure you like my page while you're there. And I will try to keep posting the standings best I can here. Just another thing for me to do. It's hard to keep track with all this stuff, but so apologize if the camera doesn't get switched as quickly as possible as Kayla Johnson leaves the 7-10 split. Try to get a shot of the seniors for you as well. Yes, all those scores are unofficial. Just want to make that clear that I'm posting. Seniors are now posted as well. It's just the top of the standings in both divisions. I don't have the ability or the time to post everything, but that's what we've got right now. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC is where you can find those standings. Aaron Lenahan with the front five on our featured pairs here. Carol Giannotti, 7th frame. Leaves the 10 pin. She was looking for a double there. We've got a game and a half to go on this squad. A lot of players on this squad will have their tournament end in the next 45 minutes or so. Only the top 25% of the field advances. So it's the top 50 in the regular division, the top 15 in the senior division, and there's still one more squad to go. So when you look at those standings, keep that in mind. It does not include anybody from the squad that will take the lanes this evening. I think looking at the standings, the scores seem to be coming down a little bit today. It's hard to tell. They don't look quite as high as I would have thought. So my projected cut may be a little bit high. That's hard to tell. I was saying 235 over might be the number, and it still might be. And if that ends up being the case, then that means that folks like Kathy Doran, Lizzie, Carolyn Doran, Ballard, Elise Bolton are potentially in some trouble here. Here's Aaron Lenahan trying to get the front six. Ring 10. Good shot, but ends the run. Here's Carol Giannotti, 8th frame. She gets the strike. Where's Carol at in the standings? Carol's in 9th place on this squad. Averaging 220, so if she keeps up that pace, she should be fine to make that first cut. Again, the official website for the U.S. Women's Open will have the results posted there. That's bowlingsuSwomen'sopen.com. I'm not sure when they'll get those posted, but they will have the official results. What I'm posting is completely unofficial. So take it for what you will. Kayla Johnson, one of the bowlers who is fighting for her tournament life here. She leaves the baby split. Kayla in 20th place on this squad, and she is going to need a couple of big games to get in the number, I think. Restrepo struggling a little bit here this game. Only 105 in the 7th frame. Strike in the 8th for Rowe as she tries to get the strike and just can't get a break. Good shot though. Leaves a 10 up, so Rowe's going to have a little bit of a subpar game for her. Wrong arm wants to know if all the seniors are on this squad. Nope, the seniors are split up and they are with the rest of the field, and I'm getting a report Kathy Dorn Lizzie front 9 on lane 76. I'm going to run down there, folks. Well, folks, the jinx is on. Kathy Doran-Lizzie got the first one in the 10th and then left the fast 8. And looks like she shot 288 or 287, not sure. Rocio Restrepo 151, Carol Giannotti 218. As they are wrapping up on that pair. Darius Ruffner can strike out for 222 here. They still have 3 frames to go on 39 and 40. And as Ruffner gets the second one in the 10th frame, that'll put her in the 220s. Still 2 frames to go here. And that was a huge game for Kathy Doran-Lizzie. She shoots in a game in the 280s. She was on the bubble, wasn't she? She's 17th place going into that game. And only shot 802 for the first 4 today, so she needed a big game, and she got it. So that'll help her cause. One more game to go on this squad after this one wraps up, so a lot of folks with the pressure on. One of them is Kayla Johnson right here. And that is 3 in a row for the Nebraska Cornhusker. She can still get to 234 this game, which would be big for her. So we're in the 10th frame now. Sharon Powers with the split. Oh, and Sharon Powers converts it. How about that? The 4-7-10 split. That'll put her in the 190s here. Aaron can shoot 239 this game. 194, the final tally for Sharon Powers this game. Appreciate everybody tuning in today for this third round of qualifying at the U.S. Women's Open. I'm Lucas Wiseman of USBC. This coverage today brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress. Your membership dollars at work for you here today. Thanks for being a member of the USBC. Carolyn Doran Ballard needing a big couple of games here as well down the stretch. She can shoot 225 this game. She'll be on the featured pair for the final game, so we'll get to see her try to get a big score to stay within the cut number. Fill ball here for Erin Lenahan. She shoots 239. I really think this is a big 10th frame for Kayla Johnson as she tries to make a late charge towards the cut. 10th frame, working on 3 in a row, can get to 234. Here's the first one in the 10th, and oh, it's a weak 10. You can tell the disappointment on her face. I think she knew that was a big shot. So now she goes from being able to shoot 234 down to 213, just like that. That's not what she needs right now. It's not going to move the needle enough. That's the bottom line for Kayla Johnson this game. She's going to need a massive last game to have a chance to sneak in there. .180 for Jennifer Brown. Looks like this is one of the last pairs to finish. No, they got the 10th frame to go on 35 and 36, so it will be a couple of minutes before the next game gets started. Maybe 4 or 5 minutes here. As Kayla gets a strike on the fill for 213. We will wait for the start of the final game for this A squad. 1 game to go. It's all on the line for a lot of the players on this squad near the cut number. We don't know what the cut number is going to be. There's still another squad to go, but a lot of players trying to get all they can here down the stretch. So we will give you the panoramic view of the National Bowling Stadium as we wait for the next game to get underway here on Bowl TV. Here we go with the start of the final game of qualifying here. And we've got a couple of good players on our featured pair. We've got Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Missy Parkin. Also have Lisa Chapman, Christine Gill, Shar Hamill, Colleen Insko, and Chevelle Holstein. Here's Missy Parkin. And I guess that answers our question as to whether or not we're going to have any repeats over the course of qualifying. We did not have any repeats on the featured pairs. All 18 games on this squad, so that's good. A good setup by the tournament committee. CDB ended up shooting, looks like 225 last game. She's 24 over today. And I think that CDB probably has a little bit of work to do to make that first cut. And she probably knows it too. She has to know it as she leaves the 10 pin. A look of concern on Carolyn's face. I believe that when we get the new standings in, that it will be Stephanie Nation in the lead. I'm hearing she shot 250 last game, and Kelly shot 210. At least that's the rumor on the street. CDB covers up the 10. So Carolyn Doran-Ballard currently at 217 over total for 17 games. And I thought the cut might be around 235. Now that's just a rough guess. We might have a little bit better idea after this squad. But that's just what I kind of guessed it might be. So if that ends up being the case, then that means Carolyn would need 218 this game to get to that number. As soon as I get the updated unofficial standings in, I'll let you know. And just to walk you through my thought process on the cut number, after the first day, I believe it was 86 over. After the second day, 50th place was 169 over. So it didn't quite double, but it was close. And today, both squads bowling on the fresh. I kind of thought it wouldn't quite, jump up another 80 pins, but that's why I cut my projection back just by a mark, basically. That's why I think it could jump to 235 at the end of this day. We'll find out. A lot has to do with the second squad. But all you can do is post the best number you can here and hope that it's enough if you're on this early squad. One person who's definitely going to make the cut is Missy Parkin. She's bowled fantastic. And Missy right up there battling with the folks at the top of the leaderboard. But it seems as though the squad leader is going to either be Kelly Kulick or Stephanie Nation. That's kind of what it's shaping up to be. Let's take a look at Carolyn here in the second frame. Started with a spare, and now another 10-pin. Back-to-back 10s, and she's... I think she just gave Dell a little bit of a look there. Carolyn shooting the 10-pin again for the second consecutive frame. She covers it up. I don't think she's liking what she's seeing right now, and she's getting Chris Schlemmer to come down for a little chat here. Char Hamill, super washout here in the fourth frame of this final game. Just getting the update coming in with the standings. Now, hang on a second, I'm going to have to ask him to resend. He gave me the two versions of the senior standings instead of one that included the regular division. CDB, third frame. Trying to get something going here after back-to-back 10 pins. That's a better shot from Carolyn right there. Better ball reaction. Looked like she made an adjustment. Char Hamill with a little love tap on the 10 for the strike. Here's Missy Parkin. Three in a row for Missy. All right, just getting the regular division standings, and now the seniors are posted on my Facebook page, facebook.com/LucasUSBC, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. And I'm working on this regular division now. So bear with me. And those regular division standings now posted on Facebook. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC is where you can find them. They are unofficial with one game to go. Kelly Kulik in the lead by 3 pins over Stephanie Nation, and this is unofficial at this point. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, a little light hit for the double. Carolyn currently in 17th place on this squad. And she's got a little work to do. One player who's making a huge charge today is Tanya Ramampur, the Indonesian. 160 over for the first 5 today, and she has jumped up into 15th place on this squad. Watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you. Final game of this A squad qualifying. This is game number 18 overall. And I guess the real story here in this final game is Carolyn Dorn-Ballard needing a big last game to try to get into the cut. We don't know what the cut's going to be. There's still another squad to go, but it certainly looks like CDB is going to need a big finish here. Carolyn working on a double, 9-spare double this game for CDB. She had a couple of 10 pins that were weak at the start of this game, has made an adjustment and has thrown a couple of good shots here for a double. Let's see if CDB can get a third one here. Good shot. Packs all 10 back for 3 in a row. Live coverage from the U.S. Women's Open continues after this game at 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. for those of you out east. The final qualifying squad before we make the first cut will be coming up. Coming up in just about an hour and 40 minutes. Coverage continues tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time with the Cashers qualifying round. Top 50 in the regular division, the top 15 in the women's seniors division, I should say, will be on the lanes at 3 p.m. tomorrow, trying to make that next cut into match play. Char Hamill, 8th frame for her, working on a spare. A light mixer there for the strike. Again, every shot is critical for Carolyn Doran-Ballard as she tries to make the first cut. Spare 3-bagger so far this game. Let's see what she's got here in the 6th, and it's another good shot, 4 in a row. CDB is buckling down here, throwing some good shots down the stretch. You can find the standings with one game to go, the unofficial standings on Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. That's the best method I could come up with to get you guys the results. It's not the full standings, it's just the first sheet. Missy Parkin, spare 5-bagger this game as she goes through the face, leaves the baby split. Christine Gill, 7th frame, working on a strike. Looks like Carolyn's getting ready to go here. Working on a 4-bagger. Comes up missing the head pin on that shot and leaves the 1-2-4. So after 4 good shots there, that one misses the head pin. See if Carolyn can cover it up here. She makes it. Carolyn looking a little anxious. Char Hamill, 10th frame, max score 190. She gets the first one in the 10th. Here's Missy Parkin, 8th frame, working on a spare. Missy bowling a good game. Had a 5-bagger here in this game. A couple of spares on either side of it so far. That one goes through a face again, leaves the baby split. Back-to-back baby splits for Parkin. Chevelle Holstein with a 4-bagger. She can max out at 235 here in this final game. Parkin covers up the baby split again. Chevelle leaves the 9-pin on her second shot in the 10th. That'll put her in the 220s here in her final game. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, 8th frame. CDB can strike out for 256. And I would guess that would probably be enough to make the first cut. She'd be in soft. She gets the strike here in the 8th frame. The more she gets, the more comfortable she'll be for the rest of the evening. That much I can promise you. Someone asked in the chat, why is CDB listed from Westminster, Colorado? That's a good question. I think some of the hometowns are wrong on that sheet, so I wouldn't lend too much credence toward them. These are not the official standings that I'm posting there, unofficial. Aaron Smith just walking by telling me that Kelly Kulik will be the leader on this squad. In our final game here in progress. And you'll see a lot of the camera shaking. There's no earthquake going on here in Reno. We're on a platform and the floor underneath us is hollow. So anytime somebody rolls through with bowling balls, everything kind of wobbles a little bit. So there's a lot of folks who have been eliminated from the tournament. They're coming through with all their bowling equipment, and that makes things shake a bit. Because as you will remember, 75% of the bowlers will be eliminated today. Christine Gill, her 4th consecutive strike. Char Hamill ended up with 180. Chevelle Holstein, 224. Colleen Insko going to shoot 200 with a spare. Carolyn Doran-Ballard can still get to 256 this game if she can strike out. If she doesn't strike here, let's say she spares here in the 9th, her max then goes to 236. I think she's going to need at least a double somewhere along the way here down the stretch to make the cut. That's just my gut feeling. What a Hall of Fame shot that is right there. She knows the situation, I'm pretty sure of it. And that was a good looking shot from CDB. And that will guarantee her a game in the 230s if she can just at least spare in the 10th. And I would guess if she shoots 235 here that would probably be enough. And that would put her at 252 over. Not a sure thing by any means, but it would at least keep her in the mix for the cut. I'll try to talk to some folks during the break and see if I can figure out if any of the experts have any thoughts on what the number is going to be. A lot of guys out there, a lot of the ball reps are much better at running the numbers than I am. I have a lot more experience. Second shot in the 10th for Missy Parkin. So she's going to be in the 240s here this game. Christine Gill can punch out here, 232. Well, she's not going to get the second one in the 10th. So she'll settle for 220 if she can make the spare. .243 for Missy Parkin. Again, the next squad will be coming up in about an hour and a half. They're scheduled to begin at 8 o'clock Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern. They've got to run the lanes here for this next squad because the next squad is on fresh as well. Big 10th frame coming up for CDB. She strikes out, shoots 256. She can go have a nice dinner and relax because I think that'll be more than enough. Anything less than striking out, she might have some nervous times ahead. Nobody knows what the cut score is going to be at the end of the day, but Carolyn Doran-Ballard, a chance to shoot 256 in this final game and give herself a real legitimate shot to be in the mix for tomorrow. First shot in the 10th. Comes up light and leaves the 7. She's not happy about it. She is not happy about it at all. Now her max is 235. My math is right, they'd put her at 252 over for the tournament. CDB trying to make the 7. She covers it up. Well, you can just tell. Look at her face. What a look of concern. So CDB going to have to wait it out in this final squad to see if she's in. She gets 8 on the fill, and she doesn't like that. Every pin was critical on that shot. And so Carolyn Doran-Ballard, 2:33 the final game, and she will have to wait it out and see if she makes it to the next round. So we have a break now for about an hour and 20 minutes or so. It will take them some time to verify the scores. So we'll get you an update once they verify the scores. So stick around, maybe go get some dinner, relax. We'll be back in about an hour and 20 minutes. If I get any sort of updates in the meantime, I will try to break in and bring them to you, and definitely try to post something on Facebook. If I can't convince them to put it on the official website, I'll see if I can do some talking and see if we can get it on the official website, the full standings after this squad. We'll see everybody back here in about an hour and 20 minutes. Enjoy the break. Welcome back, everyone, as we get started with the final qualifying squad of this year's U.S. Women's Open. Round 3 of qualifying, a 6-game block about to begin. Michaela Douglas will kick things off for us. Also on that pair, it's Kayla Bandy and Karen Miller. Over on 41 and 42, we've got Lynn Minning, Carrie Moreland, Crystal Wilson, and Christy Leong. Crystal Wilson, first frame. Goes high, leaves the 610. Live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. Brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress. Your USBC membership dollars at work for you here today. Let's go over and take a look at Kayla Bandy. She leaves a split in the first frame, a 4-6-7. Kelly Kulik was the leader after the first squad today. Kelly with a score of 42.94. That's plus 694 for Kelly Kulik. Kelly averaging 238.56 for the tournament. She finished with a game of 280 in game 18, so she really pulled away. Had a big block today, 1470. So she's 270 over today. Shot 216, 224, 256, 279, 215, and 280. For Kelly Kulik today, and certainly looks like she will be the leader at the end of the day. Just a hunch because we're bowling on the fresh, and that has kept scores down just a little bit. Cut number still up in the air. And I went with plus 235 before we started the day, and that may not be far off. It's going to be an anxious squad for some of the players around that number, as I would guess that some of them are hanging around watching to see if they have made it past the first cut. Kristen Warzinski has started with 3 in a row, just off to the right of our featured pair. And just so you know, anybody that we have seen thus far in the tournament on the featured pair, we won't see again. There's no repeats. We have new bowlers every game, the whole way through. There's Christina Fromm. Strike open, strike for Christina today. I think we'll have Megan Kelly and Nicole Burke on our featured pairs next game. That's all I can kind of make out right now. Michaela Douglas has started with 3 strikes in a row. Here she is in the 4th. Make it the front 4 for Michaela. Crystal Wilson sends the pin across the deck, but in front of the 10, so she'll be shooting the 10 pin. If you go to bowlingsusopensopen.com right now, they have posted the scores after the A squad. They're sorted by plus minus, so you can take a look at how things look with one squad to go. Go there, and it's titled Day 3 Regular A Squad, and then the seniors are also there. So go check that out on Bowling's US Women's Open.com. Kayla Douglas had the front four, went 8 spare strike so far this game. Trying to get a double, and she does, so a good start for Michaela to today's competition. Christina Fromm off to the right of our feature pair. Strike open 4-bagger to start her day off. And another strike for the lefty. Kayla Bandy with 5 strikes in a row. Frames 4 through 8. Oh, nice split conversion there for Christy Leong. Krista Wilson, 6th frame double. We're in the first game of the B squad here at the National Bowling Stadium. A squad's already done with their 18-game qualifying. Bandy with another one. 6 in a row for Kayla Bandy. She's had a couple opens early on in this game, though, but she's covered nicely. That's frame in progress here for Michaela Douglas as she doubles in the 10th, and she'll shoot 244 with another strike. Just getting some breaking news into us here. The WTBA has announced the location of the 2014 and 2016 World Youth Championships. The 2014 event will take place in Hong Kong, and in 2016, the World Youth Championships will be in Lincoln, Nebraska at Sun Valley Lanes. Chris Barnes joining us now, and I guess that with Linda having the front 8 this game, you can step away for a few minutes, although you have nothing to do with that.
I'm stepping away anyway. Calderon's, he's had her on the plan pretty good the last 2 days. There wasn't much need for me to get in the way now.
Well, Linda with the front 8, I just saw that. I just looked up and saw that she had the front 8, and things obviously going well for her early on in this block.
Yeah, she said, obviously I wasn't here the last couple of days, but she said they're hooking a little bit more for her this round, more down lane too, which is a little bit of a surprise up here on this high end at the stadium. But she started with an oath instead of a wicket and counter, which she started with the last couple of days.
So let's see if we can get a shot of Linda, which will be the ultimate jinx, but
yeah.
We'll see. Maybe she can overcome it.
Lucas Black Cloud.
Oh, how about that?
She's got it going now. She overcame Lucas.
Front 9 for LB. Yeah, she's bowled good this week. She seen her cross the front of us a few times over the last couple of days, and she's been right up there towards the top of the standings. Now you realize that if somehow things were to go the wrong direction, it's your fault, right?
Well, either way, whether I was here or not.
That's true.
Product of 13 years of marriage.
Michaela Douglas had 244, Karen Miller 168. Kayla Bandy is striking it up as well.
Another reason for me to stay out of the way, though. Hasn't been too much going wrong here so far.
Yeah.
She said she threw away actually quite a bit of pins yesterday. She felt like she could have got a lot more, but one thing about that groin injury, it forces her to really focus on her fundamentals and on her balance, and the lane's not being particularly hard. Her shot reps have gone up, and so.
Best bowler in the family of 9.
Eric Pearson saying that the best bowler in the family has 9 strikes in a row.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. 17 might be the best lane man I know, too. So.
Here's Linda with the front 9.
It's close.
Oh, 4-pin.
She's been moving the last half of that game. Finally caught up to her a little bit there.
.247 for
put
Kayla
camera
Bandy.
on her. Wasn't my fault. Yeah.
Everybody blames me when somebody doesn't shoot 300, but
well,
Jessica Baker had 300 yesterday, and I was right down there with the camera in her face down on the high end. So
yeah,
she managed to overcome it, but she has a history. She's shot 300 on Bowl TV before. So I guess Linda will settle for 279 first game. That's not too bad.
It's a pretty good start.
I don't know what she needs to catch Kelly for the lead, but
I think a lot. I think
Kelly shot 260 or 270 over today.
So what's she total now?
694 over.
Yeah, she shoot 300 over to catch her, basically.
Yeah, well, that's a good start. Shooting.
Yeah.
She picked up
Gives
almost
you a
80
chance.
pins right there. Not that it really means a whole lot at this stage in the game to be in the lead, but it is a total pinfall tournament to determine the top 5. So.
Today and tomorrow morning is when you want to gap out a little bit if you can, before the bonus pins come in. Give you some margin.
Krista Wilson, they still have 2 frames to go here on this pair. They have 4 bowlers, so taking them a little bit longer to finish the game. Way to fill it up in the fill ball there, Linda, getting 6.
Yeah,
I don't know what she left, but
3, 6, 9, 10.
There you go, 275.
Little change, little look. Didn't work. So
Still a good start, though. Always
Yep.
looking for something better, I'm guessing, even though she started with the
well,
front nine.
unfortunately, that's the curse of being married to me, I guess.
Try to be perfect all the time.
Yeah.
270 ball reaction's not good enough, right?
Well, it's good enough. It just, you know, it's going to change in the first couple games.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, from what our conversations on the phone and what's going on, after a couple of games, there is a pretty significant transition here, and so what's going to happen next will determine whether you really go and shoot a big block or not, and that's what Kelly did, I think, so well the first block, is had a couple of really big games at the end and caught 200 over almost, or 180 over the last 3 games.
Yeah, she shot 270, 280 the
So,
last 3.
She bowled good the first 3, obviously, still, but the last 3 is where she really made up the ground.
And you just got here today. Have you seen enough of the pattern to get an idea of?
I saw enough of the scores to have an idea of the pattern.
Yeah, it's true. But I mean, is it kind of what you
average
thought?
240, then,
it's not as easy as last year. I don't think.
Well, I think it's different, even though it's probably in some ways very similar. Last year's pattern was on an HPL surface that hooked a lot. And so you saw a lot more friction in the middle of the lane, and you had to go more left to right because of that friction in the front of the lane. But the bowling stadium has always been a little bit, it's always been in your favor really not to give the head pin away too much. And so the more you keep your angles in front of you, the better the carry seems to be here. So certainly the pattern's helping out, but the girls who can stay a little bit more direct and still get it to hit are really seem to be running away a little.
Do you think that now that we're going to make the first cut and it's going to be the elite players who are left in the field, that the scores are going to go up the next couple of days?
It'll depend on who the field is, but in general, yes, I think so, because you're going to see a lot of girls gang up on the same place, which is traditionally the case, and they'll probably use a little bit more surface in general, and they'll use it in that right spot, and so they'll have to get further left than they have so far, but they'll break down very well too. A little more transition overall, but they won't get harder.
And I would guess that you, as well as Linda, like tournaments like this, where it's long form, 40 games to determine the TV show.
God bless them. The longer the better.
The more games, the more likely the cream rises to the top.
It just comes into a shot maker's, field, and we both kind of fall into that same thing. Over the last few years, this tournament's been pretty high scoring, so there's always power players that have matched up well, but Linda always hangs around because she's one of the shot makers. And when the scores get that high, it's hard to keep up with the Kellys and the girls with bigger rev rates, but she can make enough good shots and repeat well enough and understands ball motion to be in the hunt for the show. Now here the combination's a little bit different of where you have to hook it, so it'll still favor our group, but she'll still be around that number, I think, at the end. It's basically whether, as long as that issue with her groin doesn't show up, I think they're going to be okay. And it's nice that they're not hooking as much as last year, so, the shoulder shouldn't really be a factor as we go.
You think that's a concern for Linda tomorrow? Because she's got to bowl 14 games tomorrow.
Today,
that's what it's looking like, at least.
Tomorrow is the test. The 6 games a day, I think it gives her a little confidence. It gets a little strength each day, and she hasn't felt bad, and so that's good. But tomorrow, when you have a start-stop and 2 blocks in there, how sore she is after tomorrow will probably determine a lot of how this tournament ends up for her.
Leong with 3 in a row. 161 for Lynn Minning. Carrie Moreland, 177. Crystal Wilson, 191. And Christy Leong going to be high on this pair with 231. Not a very high-scoring pair. Chris Barnes is sitting in with us here for a little while. At the World Youth Championships in Thailand, Chris Vai with 234 and Zach Hattori 209 the first game. So a good start for those guys.
Two-hander gets 230 out of the gate.
Playing out, I hear. So Shannon O'Keefe was telling me, she was texting Brian, who's out there coaching the junior team, and said that the girls struggled a little bit yesterday playing in, and they moved out for the last few games and found something out there. So now the guys are
Which
giving that a
pattern
whirl.
are they on now?
They're on Mexico City.
Oh, that's a long one.
Yeah, 45 feet, right?
Yeah, but that pattern does play. There's a spot at 7-8 that plays, and if you can play there, they're actually easier. The middle of that pattern's really flat, and it's a very long pattern. It's hard to create much angle.
So we're sending good thoughts to the way of Junior Team USA in
Strong
Thailand.
group. Wow, that's a lot of talent on that team.
It is, but
Both
the rest
sides.
of the world was pretty good too. The Koreans, of course, strong.
The Koreans have outworked everybody.
Yep. The girls' semifinals, it's Korea, Malaysia, Puerto Rico, and Colombia. So
Wow.
2 American zone countries sneaking in there. European zone shut out of the first round
Well,
of medals.
Jerry Edwards helping out with Puerto Rico, and
Yeah.
Rick Benoit helping out with Colombia.
Maybe paying off for them.
Yep. No surprise, good coaching. Mix that with talent.
Yeah. So they wait until everybody is done before they start the next game, which you're used to that in
Kind of
the World
international
Championships
rule.
and stuff. Yeah.
You have so many 3s and 4s that probably for pace of play, I don't know how many pairs are skipping in that, but if you got on a cross with all 3s, you'd get done about a game before the 4s would get done, and so it encourages everyone to keep pace. It also encourages the 3s to let the 4s kind of double jump and help them keep up as well.
And John Lucido, who's the tournament director, said another reason he did it was because it takes a long time to get from 3 and 4 down to the other end of the bowling center, since there's 78 lanes here. So it gives those players a little bit of time to make their move and not feel rushed to get started, which that's nice. You know, when you got a 78 lane center, the only other thing you could do is split the house in half. But you know, you want people to go across the whole house.
I was in Nagoya just a few days ago, and was in a center that's 116 lanes.
Wow.
In a row.
Straight across, huh?
Straight across.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen one that big.
And it used to be 2 4s. It used to be 232 lanes in this place.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable how many lanes that is. But
and I bet they stay busy.
Well, at one point in time, obviously, they had to be. But
yeah,
I've never seen it that busy while I'm there, but I'm only there for one day at a time going across. I thought it had old wood the last time I was there about 4 or 5 years ago, and this time we came in and they completely remodeled the whole place again. So I guess they're in there for the long haul. A pretty good bill there for 116 lanes of
yeah, that's
lane surfaces and scoring.
Imagine making that turn from the low end to the high end bowling a tournament.
Good time to be a salesman right then.
You have to have a golf cart to get you from one end to the other.
You have shipping.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go follow and cheer and do what I do best. I think, and I'll let you let you be the voice.
I'm sure we'll hear from you again. If not today, then definitely the next couple of days. Once your cohort gets in, Dave Lamont, I'm sure you guys will be hanging out for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll be around here a little bit. It gets a little tricky with Bowl Expo and everything else, but we'll be around as much as possible.
Yeah, you've got a lot of other duties to do this week.
Obligations this week.
Right. Chris Barnes, thanks for stopping by.
Lee.
So we're getting ready to start the second game. On the featured pairs, looks like we're going to have Megan Kelly, Marie Ramirez, Alicia Current, Nicole Harrison, Nicole Burke, Jennifer Eves, and Jeanette Porter coming up on our featured pairs. Thanks to Chris Barnes for sitting in for a couple of minutes here. Just getting the update in from Thailand, and the second game, not quite as good for Junior Team USA. Chris Vai, 193, and Zach Katori, 181. So Chris Vai in 7th place on the squad.
Ladies, we now begin game 14.
So here we go with the second game. As soon as we get an update on the standings, we'll let you know. Here's Alicia Current covering up the spare in the first frame. Jennifer Eves with front three in this game. Nicole Harrison with a double to start, as does Nicole Burke. So a good start on that pair after we saw some relatively low scores to start things off on that pair. Alicia Current with back-to-back opens here this game. Nicole Harrison got another one. Nicole Burke trying to stay perfect here as well. Crossing over right through the face, left the baby split on that shot. So she'll settle for a spare attempt here at the baby split. Here's Megan Kelly in the fourth. Open frame for Burke. Just got the updated standings in here after the first game on this squad. And based on plus minus, Linda Barnes at plus 494, is tops on this squad. Kelly Kulik is at plus 694 from the earlier squad. So Linda would need to go 240 over for the last 5 games today to catch Kelly. Linda started with 274, and Linda only 77 in the 5th this game. So it's not looking too promising. Really, she's the only one with a realistic shot at topping Kelly for the lead. Trying to look at what I think the cut number might be, and taking a peek through the standings here. There's a lot of people on this squad that are averaging a lot more than 215. Still liking 235, but that's just a rough guesstimate here. On the senior side, Lucy Sandelin, the easy leader after the squad this afternoon, I should say. Lucy at plus 339. Robin Romeo's second on that A squad at plus 226. And Pam Pankos is high on this squad at plus 177. So she would have a lot of work to do to surpass Lucy for that top spot after this 3rd round of qualifying. Don't forget that coverage resumes tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific time. That's 6 p.m. for those of you on the East Coast as Burke misses the 10-pin. And it'll be the Cashers qualifying round. It'll be all the players who have advanced past today, the top 50 in the regular division and the top 15 in the senior division. They'll be bowling 6 more games tomorrow, and then we'll make a cut to the top 16 in the regular division, top 8 in the senior division for round-robin match play. Megan Kelly with a strike in the 8th. A lot of superstars showing up here for Bowl Expo. See Parker Bone just got here. Bob Learn Jr. walking around. We know Chris Barnes is here. Saw Bill O'Neill earlier today. A lot of folks coming in to not only watch the U.S. Women's Open, but take part in Bowl Expo this week. Alicia Current, 9th frame. Stephanie Nation sitting in with us now, the Nation sensation. What's up, Stephanie?
Hi, everybody.
You've bowled pretty well so far here this week, huh? It's been a pretty good few days.
I've been really fortunate, actually, to have some pretty good blocks. So far, I've gotten a little better every block, so moving in the right direction.
That's good. Just fix your mic here a little bit. Make sure everybody can hear you. There we go. That should be good right there. So what have you found from the lane conditions this week? Where have you been playing? What kind of stuff have you been throwing?
I haven't had to move a whole lot. On the fresh, I've played them pretty straight between the first and second arrow. On the first day I was on the fresh, I threw my Ebonite indoor, which really early rolling and just kind of smooth out the back end. And from there I went to my Columbia Omen, and it just gave me the same motion. I just was able to stay on top of it a little as long as I could without opening up my ankles too much. And today on the fresh, I couldn't throw my indoor, so I started with my Omen and went to my game breaker. So they were a little trickier. I mean, even though I bowled well, they certainly were different. So we'll see what this squad brings. Scores look a little higher, but maybe not game 2 as much as the first game.
And I think this squad's a little stronger than the A squad, just across the board. But
I think so, yeah.
Look at the scores and where the B squad has settled in as far as the number of players in the top 50. They have a little bit more.
Right.
I think only, if I had to guess, I'd say 18 players from the A squad will probably make the cut, and the rest will come from the B squad. And that's just kind of random luck of the draw kind of stuff.
Yeah, just kind of the way the field goes. And, you know, if you get some good crosses and can get a good look on the lanes, you know, it certainly helps to stay one step ahead of transitions, things like that.
And we should thank one of the big sponsors of the U.S. Women's Open, and that would be the brands of Ebonite International, right? You
Absolutely.
And you throw Ebonite stuff. So.
I'm certainly an advocate of all 4 brands. So.
And you get to throw all 4 brands, right?
And I have so far,
there
actually. I've thrown every brand this tournament, so I have no complaints.
Everybody's trying to figure out what the cut number is going to be. I went with 235 just because I like to be on the high side when I try to estimate that. That way, if somebody makes it in at 220 or 215, they're surprised and they're happy, you know. And I haven't said it's going to be 210 and ends up being 225.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell, though.
I'm not good at guessing that at all. I will say I think it will go up a little bit. I don't think it'll go up a whole lot. But like I said, the scores are looking pretty high to start. A lot of the high scores coming from ladies that are already, you know, pretty high up there. But, you know, we'll see how the evening plays out and go from there.
Somebody is asking to see a shot of you. There you go. There's Stephanie hanging out here in our broadcast booth. We're watching game 2.
I was pimping my new jersey today. It's like,
let's take a look.
It's like retro style.
It's very bright. Got some neon green and pink in there.
Yeah. My parents couldn't miss me today, so
that's right.
That's always fun.
Always nice to stand out, especially when you're striking a lot. You don't really want to stand out when you're not striking.
Yeah, you know.
It's worked out well for you.
You take the good and the bad. If you're not going to bowl well, you might as well look good doing it.
That's true.
I don't know.
That's true. Well, I like your jersey. I think it's pretty cool. It's nice.
Thank you. It's not too busy, but
very fashionable.
It's fun. It speaks me, I guess.
So I went over to Virginia Street this morning and saw that they're starting to put down the lanes. Did you check that out today?
Yeah,
Looks pretty
I already
cool.
took a picture, put it on Facebook.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
It's going to be awesome. It's, you know, all the planning we do for it year out, and to actually kind of see the event come to fruition, and it was just really gratifying to actually, you know, see it unfold in front of us. So I'll be curious to see what it looks like tomorrow. And
Yeah.
I'll take another picture.
Exactly
and
what
post
I'm
it
going
again.
to do. I'm doing the same thing. I'm going to go take a picture each morning on the, or each morning or afternoon when I'm out doing my walk and see if we can tell the progress. Yeah, it should be pretty cool. I think a little too early to be thinking about the 5 who are going to make it out there to bowl, but that'll be some experience, don't you think, to be able to bowl outside?
Oh, gosh,
Reno
yeah.
Arch. I'm sure there'll be a big crowd out there.
We've been hearing some pretty good things from the city itself. A
Yeah.
lot of good feedback, and of course non-bowlers that just think it's the coolest thing because they've never seen bowling lanes out there. And so I'm certain we're going to get a huge crowd, which is great.
Now,
So
there were some folks who've been asking me about tickets and parking and all kinds. Are there tickets available, or is it like
yeah, there's
sold
no
out?
tickets available. Actually, they were never for sale. So
Okay, I got you.
nobody needs to feel like they missed out. We actually have the complete opposite problem as we did last year. You know, we wanted to absolutely fill the stadium.
Right.
We're very limited this year with the space on the street. So
I got you.
we didn't have very much space for bleachers as far as the city of Reno would allow us for all their lovely codes and all of that good stuff.
Right, because
So
there's 4 lanes, and that takes up most of the street area.
itself.
And then you have to allow the sidewalks to be open so people can get past. So I can see where that would be an issue where there's not
Right.
a lot of
There's
seating
not much
out
space.
there. Yeah.
we did get a big grandstand for behind the lanes, which
Okay.
will seat probably 300.
Okay.
So pretty much all of our seating is going to be VIPs. Of course, all of our sponsors, board members, some staff, things like that. But we do have the party zone that's right next to the lanes.
Okay.
Open to anybody. There's going to be live feed, 2 large screens
Oh, great.
streaming it, so they can certainly actually probably have a better view.
Yeah.
And not have to be, squashed in a bleacher. They can even actually go inside the hotels. We have it live.
That's what I heard.
live
Is
feed
it's
in
going to
the
be on
ballroom.
in the triprops?
Yeah,
is that
the
right?
El Dorado Ballroom,
Okay,
which
cool.
seats about 700. Nice air conditioned.
Yeah.
Have some food, have some drinks, and
I actually went out there after that last squad end. I think it was about 7 o'clock. I made it out there. I wanted to see what the lighting looked like as far as the sun goes and how the temperature was. And the sun was kind of blocked, and it was pretty chilly. So I thought it was going to be hot out there, but it might be the opposite. It might be pretty chilly out there.
I'm actually really surprised and kind of upset I didn't check the weather. I don't have any sweaters.
Let's say you may,
So my
if you make the show, you may need one of those long sleeve undershirts, or something, right?
If I make the show, that's going to merit a trip to the mall.
Yeah, you got to go shopping.
But yeah, we were, us too, we were concerned it would possibly be hot, but it's very windy out there too.
Yes, it's been really windy here.
So that's going to be a interesting combination. So, cross that bridge when we get there. But at the end of the day, it's going to be really awesome.
Now, I asked Mark Harrington, who's our IT guy up there working on standings, to send me the standings sorted by average. So
Okay.
after that 13th game for this squad, so that I could take a look at the cut number.
Mm-hmm.
And if everybody on this squad continued to average exactly the same as they have for 13 games, not out of the question, the cut would be right at between 235 and 245. Now, I think that those scores may come down a little bit
I would probably
as we
guess.
go on. But
Scoring
based
pace
on
will-
average right now, 50th place would be Christina Fromm, who's on the squad.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Yep.
averaging 213.15, it looks like.
She just shot 197, it looks like, over there. So,
Yeah, so
interesting. You really never know.
you don't. And we just have to kind of give it our best guess, I guess. I mean, it is what it is.
Right.
You can't really control it, as you know. It's when you're bowling, you're out there just trying to get as much as you can. One of the bowlers who I know came up to me before the squad started. Lucas, what do you think the cut number is going to be? I'm like, I think you need to not worry about the cut number and just try to make good shots after good
And
shots.
just bowl as well as you can. And
Because
if you're
it's
in the
not-
cut, great.
It's not going to matter what the cut number is if you don't throw strikes anyways. So,
Correct.
that's the.
Well,
You can only
there's
control
always
so much.
There's always going to be those people that get hung up on the numbers and, think that we even have the answer, which of course we don't.
Yeah.
But, you're right. At the end of the day, it comes down to shot making and get all the pins you can. And if it's your day, you'll make the cut.
Now, I wanted to ask you, Stephanie, since you bowled this tournament last year, and the scores were pretty high last year. Do you find that the conditions are a little tougher this time around, or are they still? I mean, I know you're bowling well, but are they as easy as they were last year? Because I think the pattern was tightened up just a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I am bowling well, but overall, I think it's a little tougher. Of course, we're at the stadium, which always has its characteristics, but also the difference from last year to this year, we only have 2 squads. So we're not hitting the burn like we did last year. And I think a lot of high games came from those squads where there was more free hook, for lack of a better term.
Gotcha.
There was a defined place to play. We'll see. The scoring pace is still fairly high. I would say almost higher than what we had anticipated, but if the ladies play the lanes right and break them down the way they're supposed to be, then the transition, you just chase it a little bit. Unlike a bunch of guys that may be attacking the pattern from all sorts of different angles, and then it gets really swirly. I haven't seen that for this event thus far.
I was asking, we'll put you on camera since there's no bowling. I was asking Chris Barnes a few minutes ago, he was in here. Do you think that when we make the first cut and we head into the top 50 tomorrow and then the top 16, will the scores go up a little more because you've got all the good players, or will it stay the same? What are your thoughts on that?
If I had to guess, I would say they would probably stay the same because those players are playing the lanes how they're playing them. I don't think they're going to attack them any differently. If anything, the transitions may be a little quicker because there is that defined place. They may be attacking them, but that's so hard to say too, just because you never really know.
Yeah.
Even pair to pair in this house, I've come to find, there's some challenges, but everybody's going to hit them. So hopefully your bad games aren't too bad.
Well, we've got a couple of minutes before we start the next game, it looks like. Shouldn't be too far away from the start of the third game. Wait for everybody to finish up the game before we get started. I'm sure that the people who are making the turn appreciate that from the low end to the high end or vice versa.
I think it was probably one of the better decisions we made, simply for the fact of with everybody starting at the same time, it allows for, like you said, the people from each end to move. And that way it doesn't really affect the scoring, the pace of play. Because every lane that pair would attack, it would just slow it down that much farther. So there haven't been any complaints that I'm aware of. So, gives the ladies a couple minute break and regroup, and, everybody starts at the same time. And
it's been going pretty quick. There hasn't been any huge delays between games. 5-10 minutes max.
We're, of course, happy we got the scoring back on track, and everything's been smooth sailing since then. So it seems as if everything's going pretty well.
In the chat, back to the booth for the guy viewers. They want to see you. All the guys like you out there.
That's funny.
Sorry, guys. She's taken. I don't think Chris Johnson would go for that.
I'm harmless, I promise.
Shannon O'Keefe is going to be on our featured pair for the next game. 242, 264 for Shannon so far today. So she's making a move.
I'd say she's got a good look.
Yeah, she's matched up pretty good.
At least the first 2 games.
Anytime you go 106 over for 2, that's
pretty solid.
Pretty solid.
Pretty solid. Claire's
also, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Claire's not too far away. I see Leanne's here.
Yeah, Leanne's going to be with us, the defending champ. A lot of folks have been waiting for her to come on. And I don't know. I think it's just kind of luck. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. But we've had new players every game, the entire tournament on the featured pairs. No repeats at all, which is great because it means nobody's hit. There's so many pairs in this house that you never have to repeat a game on a pair.
That must mean somebody did the lane assignments really well.
Yes, somebody did them correctly. Did you do them?
I did.
There you go. I like that because sometimes in tournaments,
I
by
made
the-
sure nobody hit the same
Yeah,
pairs.
by the third day,
So
in
that
some
way nobody
tournaments,
could say they hit the same pairs that were good or bad. You know,
yeah, by the
nobody
third
complains
day,
about hitting the same pairs unless they bowl like crap.
yeah, and sometimes we have tournaments where we end up with the same people all the time on the featured pairs, and some people don't get on. But
Right.
I don't know how many, what percentage of the field made it onto our featured pairs, but it's a pretty
It's
high
been pretty
percentage.
high.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
just
just hit
about
it today.
everybody.
I didn't hit it till today.
Yeah, you just got there. It might be just about everybody. I don't know. I mean, it can't be everybody because it's only 18 games,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know how many pairs we're using, but 30 something. So, but it's still
It's a good chunk, though.
that's a good chunk. On the featured pairs this game, Samantha Kelly, a former Junior Team USA member, Ashley Rucker, Beth Owen Sipolewski,
You got me.
Leanne Holsenberg.
It probably is like Owen Smith, but it looks funny.
Yeah. And Shannon O'Keefe, of course, Olivia Rice, and Andrea Rojas. And Steph, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. I don't know if you have other things to do, but it's just
I'm just an aimless
me hanging
wanderer.
out, so, you know.
My work doesn't begin till the squad ends. Where
Exactly.
We have to make sure all the scores are right for the cut tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys have been spending some tedious hours back there checking every score against the recaps and all that stuff, and it's with this.
Well, would you believe, Lucas, that they don't know how to add?
The bowlers don't know how to add?
Actually, I was
yeah, I was
going
gonna
to
say,
I didn't add mine correctly.
I heard a rumor that you didn't add correctly on your score sheet yesterday.
I didn't, but it was actually to my favor that I did. I was wrong. So,
Yeah, you ended up getting a bonus pin, right?
yeah.
I got a question on Twitter. Aloha from Hawaii to Stephanie. Spelled your name wrong, though. It's
Oh,
S-T-E-F-A-N-I-E.
Oh, no.
Wants to know what the 4 Ebonite brands are. Because we said there were 4 brands for Ebonite. What are the 4 brands?
Of course, Ebonite, Columbia 300, Hammer, and Track. So I get to, I'm on staff with Ebonite International, which of course is all 4. So I have the ability to throw any of them.
Here's O'Keefe. She trips out the 4 and the 10 for the strike. Are there some new balls coming out for the Ebonite brands? Or
Oh my gosh, there's all sorts of bowling balls
it's
coming
Bowl
out.
Expo time, so that usually means a lot of stuff is being released, right?
It's like Christmas in July or June. Yeah, there's tons of really good stuff coming out. Ebonite's got the Innovate, the Endure, of course, which I threw the other day. Track's got the 912, the 706, which we drilled up for me. Hammer's got the Ratchet, the Nail. Columbia, they got the Oath. I mean, there's some really good stuff coming out. So I'm excited to get them drilled and into my hands and get out on the lanes.
I don't know how you keep track of all of them because so many new bowling balls, and you have 4 brands to pick from. It's different if you're just throwing one brand of bowling balls. It's you know.
It's a challenge, you know, when I switched staffs and got to throw Ebonite International stuff. You know, it was a challenge at first because I didn't know what ball was what of each brand and if they were actually kind of the same ball. So it's just taken some time, but I've kind of got my system down, and I certainly always ask questions, so I'm not throwing 3 of the same bowling ball for 3 different brands.
And do you have somebody from Ebonite that's been helping you here this week?
Yeah.
There's a few
There's
guys
a couple
walking
guys
around.
that are here. There's Jason Couch. Goodness gracious, Mike. I mean, now it seems like everybody's showing up. I don't know if
right?
something from Bowl Expo got let out or what, but there's all sorts of people here. So
Yeah, I sit right here by the entrance, and Parker Bone, Bill O'Neill, Chris Barnes, they're all wandering in to watch the bowling tonight.
which is fun, you know.
Yeah.
We don't really get that type of crowd, but because we have the ability to kind of combine the events, it allows for that.
Here's Leanne Holsenberg, our defending champion. It's a good shot for her. Back-to-back strikes for Leanne. 213, 193 so far today for Holsenberg. We'll try to get you guys an update on the standings. I've been trying to be a little creative and Mark Harrington sends me the PDF of the unofficial results, and I'm taking a picture of it and posting it on Facebook so that people can kind of follow along as we go here unofficially. Kind of helps with keeping an eye on things.
All sorts of ways of communicating. It's probably not official, but at least it's something.
It's better than nothing, you know.
Oh, for sure.
And then they could wait for after the squad, of course, for the official results to come out, which will be gone over with a fine-tooth comb. So in the off chance that there happens to be a tie for 50th place on the regular side, or 15th for the senior tie or senior division, what happens? Is there a roll-off, or do you know?
I'll have to double check, but I want to say that we'll actually have a roll-off, a full game.
Okay, probably tomorrow.
Don't quote me on that, but
I think that's what I heard.
I'm pretty sure that's what we talked about.
And I would guess that will happen tomorrow because it's a little late by the time we get done here. It'll be, midnight before the scores are all verified. I don't think anybody wants to bowl a game at midnight, although it's Reno, so everything's open all the time,
I would say the city that never sleeps, but that's Vegas. Looks like Tennille's bowling pretty well over there. 240, 220, front three to start.
Here is Samantha Kelly shooting the spare. We'll take a look at Shannon O'Keefe here in just a moment. She's gone spare double. She off to a good start. 240, 260 today. You and Kelly Kulik were kind of neck and neck for most of the day, and then I think she kind of stepped her foot on the accelerator and zoomed right past you the last three or last she got 280, 279, 210, 280, I think, her last three. But at this stage of the game, do you really worry too much about that, or is it a little too early to be worrying about what position you're in up there?
I'm really not too concerned about it. I make the cut. It's one day at a time. One game at a time for that matter. So, can't get too far ahead of yourself. I mean, by all means, do we want to make the cut and make the show? Of course.
Yeah.
But
baby steps, right? One step at a time.
You got to get there first. We all got to throw the same amount of shots.
And with the there's bonus pins in the match play coming up, so that will have an impact on things. There's still a lot of pins to be had out there, right?
30 pins each game, so there's certainly a lot of the ability to swap positions quite a bit.
Yeah.
30 pins is a lot.
And 15 for a tie, I would assume. It's like normal. Shannon gets the spare in the fourth frame. Rick Benoit, with a question in the chat, wants to know if you're going to be at the PABCON Championships, wants to know who's going to be bowling for Team USA in Vegas. I don't think we've announced it yet, right?
We have no idea.
Yeah, you don't know yet.
So maybe not.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Not. Yeah.
We'll probably find out here in a couple weeks, I would assume.
I think it might be sooner than that because I had heard from Neil Strebel that they're discussing it while they're over in Thailand right now at the World Youth Championships, and they may try to get the word out from there. But if they aren't able to, then they may wait till they get back. So it may be a couple of weeks. It may be a couple of days. It could be tomorrow. Who knows?
It'll all be news to me once I find out.
Exactly. I don't know either. So
not the slightest clue.
Yeah. But it is the PABCON this year. We're going to have live streaming of that on Bowl TV, and it's actually kind of a big deal because it's a qualifier for the World Championships.
Correct.
Although the United States is already in the World Championships since we're the host, but it's at the same bowling center that the World Championships are going to be at. So that's important for I'm sure that the coaches will want to pick I would guess, just pure conjecture on my part, maybe the 6 players that they would think on the men and women's side who might bowl the World Championships the next year, so they can get some experience and some games in on that pattern, in that bowling center, in that atmosphere. You might think that they might try to use that as a stepping stone for the World Championships next year. You never know.
I've decided that I don't really even think too much about it. Whatever their decision is, based on whatever their criteria, we just go with it. We're going to Vegas. We're going to Vegas.
Exactly. Another one of those things that's outside of the realm of your control.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt in my mind the 6 that they pick, whether I'm included, are going to do great. So I'll wait for that phone call, email, text, whatever we do.
You guys just had training camp at the ITRC recently, right, for Team USA? How'd that go?
Training camp went really well. You know, every year it's so different. Even though there's a lot of the same people, you know, just getting to know each other a little more, just a little more comfort and the fun things that we do and just mess around. And we had the delight of inducting our newbies, rookies this year, which, funny enough, included Leanne Holsenberg. So,
and Tammy Turner, right?
Yes, she was another one. Even though she was on the team in years past, she isn't
first time
recognized
in a long time. Yeah.
according to the Olympic Committee as being a former member. So.
Oh, really?
We put her on the rookie list. And she was okay with that. She agreed that, you know, she would do our little induction, and it was fun. We always have a blast. You know, we bowl a lot and we work hard, and, you know, it actually couldn't have worked out any better, I thought, timing-wise, than getting prepped for this. So, kind of fun.
And while you're talking, I'm working on getting that update on the standings onto the Facebook page, because we just got the new update in. So we'll dissect it in just a moment.
Perfect. I'll probably have to leave you here in a few. I'm going to go wander around and see if they need some help with some stuff. But it was fun chatting. Do you want me to send somebody else up here?
Yeah, if you see anybody of, you know, significant,
Are you saying
with significant credentials, I guess I should say.
Okay. So I'm worthy of being here.
You are. You have significant credentials that allow you to be able to sit at the broadcast booth. We don't allow just any special guest here on Bowl TV.
Okay.
Yeah. We like to have people that folks want to hear from.
Perfect.
Yeah, we've had Chris Barnes and Stephanie Nation today, so you're in good company.
Awesome. Well, everybody have a lovely evening. Hopefully I can bowl well tomorrow as well.
Yeah, thanks, Steph, and good luck tomorrow in the cashers round.
Awesome.
Cool.
Good night.
See you later, Steph. Stephanie Nation joining us. Leanne Holsenberg with the front five this game. And I'm going to work on getting these standings posted on the Facebook page. Got the senior ones posted and the regular division. It's going to look a little different than it did earlier today because we've adjusted it, and it's also going to be a little smaller. Sorry about that, because I needed to get it to fit. Hopefully you guys can still read it. It's a little fuzzy, but I think it's readable. So check that out on my Facebook page, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. And you can see we've got the top 52 in the regular division. They are sorted by average. 14 games in for this squad, 18 games in for the A squad. They are done. And that'll give you an idea of where the how the cut number is shaping up. If it ended right now, it would be a 212.93 average. So as expected, that average coming down a little bit as we move along here. It was up over 214, I think. 213, 214. Maybe it was 213.15, if I remember right. So it has come down a little bit after game 2, and we'll have to see if that trend continues or not. Here's Holsenberg with the front five. It's pretty clear that that it's going to be Kelly Kulik with the lead after this first day, as Holsenberg gets 4 through the face and leaves the split. Holsenberg in 33rd place based on average with 4 games to go. Again, you can find those unofficial results for both the regular and the senior division on facebook.com/Lucas USBC. And the way I've been doing it is each game try to post that and then I'll delete it so that there's no confusion and no clutter on the Facebook page. There's Holsenberg with an open after the front 5. Here's Shannon O'Keefe working on a double, 8th frame. Smooth delivery of Shannon O'Keefe. Look at that. Little fist pump. She is on fire here today. 242, 264 for O'Keefe. Samantha Kelly, 7th frame, working on a strike. She's +9 on the day. It's going to cross over and carry for the strike. Holsenberg striking the 7th, so she rebounds after the open frame in the 6th. Reset things here. You're watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman of the United States Bowling Congress. We're happy to bring you this coverage of women's bowling. I know it's getting a little late for those of you out east, but appreciate you sticking with us. It's cut day at the U.S. Women's Open. The top 50 in the regular division advance after today. The top 15 in the senior division will move on. Here's Shannon O'Keefe working on 3 in a row, 9th frame. That one goes through the face and leaves the 3-pin. So she'll look to make the spare here. You can find information on the U.S. Women's Open at bowling's uswomensopen.com. Some questions out there about Deandra Asbady. Now let me take a closer look at where she stands in the rankings, because I believe she's outside of the standings that I posted. And yes, based on average, Deandra is in 60th place at +153. So if my projection of 235, and I'm thinking that might be a little high, but I rather err on the high side, she would need to shoot a big finish. She'd need a big finish these last 4 games. She'd have to go 82 over for the last 4 to get to that number. And Deandra is bowling pretty well this game. Spare 3-bagger, open 4-bagger heading into the 10th. Max score of 256 out there for Deandra Asbady. Olivia Rice gets that 7-pin spinning around in circles, but it doesn't go down. Here's Ashley Rucker. So Deandra with some work to do. Other players who are already done, but kind of around what may be the cut number, Wendy McPherson and Tammy Turner tied at +210. That was their final tally. Just above them, Yuko Nakatani of Japan at +231. Jacqueline Malone, plus 235. So there's a little bit of a gap there, actually. After you get plus 231, it drops down to plus 210, it looks like, from the A squad. So, now kind of looking at that, the cut number may fall between that 210 and 231 area, but it's hard to say. I may, as we move along here, revise that number that I've kind of been saying. I'm not quite ready to do that yet, but we'll have a better idea after this game. They'll have 3 games to go, so we'll have a little bit better idea of how it's shaping up. It's a double in the 10th for O'Keefe, so she's going to shoot 236 this game. We give her 742 for the first 3 today. Hammer, thank you very much for the kind words. You're welcome. It is a pleasure to bring you this coverage here on Bowl TV. I certainly enjoy being able to watch the best bowlers in the world here on Bowl TV. So thank you very much to everybody for tuning in. I know it's late in the evening for a lot of you, and it'll get a little better for you on Tuesday. The final round of match play here at the U.S. Women's Open takes place in the afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, and that will be the round where we find out the top 5 for the show. So that's the big one here on our live streaming on Bowl TV. That's the big round. So that's the one you're going to definitely want to tune in for, that match play, as we will determine the 5 finalists for the TV show. The TV show happens on Wednesday night and will be taped for broadcast on ESPN2 July 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We will not be able to show you the finals here on Bowl TV because of ESPN2 having the rights to the telecast. But if you're following me on Facebook and Twitter, I'll probably give you guys an idea of what's going on at the show. Leanne with a 9-pin here as we are wrapping up game 3. And if you're just tuning in, I know the audience getting pretty big here for pretty late at night, so thanks everybody for tuning in. Posting the standings on my Facebook page, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC is where you can find the unofficial results after each game. Doing my best to get those up after each game. Thanks to Mark Harrington up in the IT nest up there. .236 for Shannon O'Keefe, 157 for Andrea Rojas. Olivia Rice will shoot 172 over on 39 and 40. 10th frame now underway here on 41 and 42. Samantha Kelly, first shot in the 10th is a strike. Samantha can shoot 200. Another strike for Sam. That'll get her a step closer to even this game. She'll need one more strike. To get 200. Right Wing has a question in the chat. Lucas, on average, how many weeks a year are you on the road? That's a tough question. Usually a couple of weeks out of the year. I mean, sorry, a couple of weeks each month is usually a good guess. Seven on the fill for Samantha Kelly. So she shoots 197 this game. And it's game 3 coming to a close. Hulsenberg max out at 239 this game. Leaves the 2-4-10 on her second shot in the 10th. And so that'll put her in the 220s. Ashley Rucker, she can get to 227 this game. Beth Owen Sipolewski got 213. This game coming to a close. A lot of folks here at the National Bowling Stadium watching the competition. You can see the concourse pretty crowded. Everybody moving around to get to the next pair for the next game. .635 for Leanne Hulsenberg for the first 3 today. As that was the final shot of game 3 on the featured pairs. So 3 more games to go. We will wait for the start of game 4. It shouldn't take too much longer before that game starts. I think I see a couple of pairs with the 10th frame to wrap up. So hang around. Don't go anywhere. Should be an exciting conclusion to this 3rd round of qualifying here at the U.S. Women's Open. So here we go with the start of our fourth game. And if you are a fan of Japanese bowling, you're going to like this pair, this grouping on the featured pairs, because it looks like we've got 4 of the 8 bowlers on our featured pairs are Japanese. Aki Suzuki on the far right side of your screen with the ponytail off to her side, and Mai Takasaka with the double ponytail look right there. Also on that pair, Shelley Neal and Melanie McAllister. And we'll go over to 39 and 40, where we find Christy Witcher, Charmin Harden. We've got Natsumi Koizumi and Sane Mori. Not sure how to say that one, but those are the 8 players on the featured pairs for this game. Looks like we'll have Anne-Marie Dugan on for the 5th game. And maybe Ashley Galante, it looks like. Once we get the update in, we'll let you know. Get that posted on Facebook. Mark's doing a great job of getting it done pretty quick after each game, so it shouldn't take too long. Of course, they're always unofficial, pending the verification at the end of the squad. Tennille Milligan's on fire today. 249, 224, 279. How about Tennille Milligan? Suzuki crosses over, leaves the 6-pin on that shot. See Paola Gomez off to the left of our featured pair here. So if you're an Ashley Galante fan, it looks like you may be in luck, because I think she's coming on the featured pair for game 5. Melanie McAllister. I know there's somebody asking in the chat a lot about Angie Chirpich. So far today, 237, 208, 201. So that would put her 46 over on the day. watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're at the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. And we are in the fourth game of this final round of qualifying to make the first cut. The top 50 in the regular division and the top 15 in the senior division will move on and battle in the Cashers qualifying tomorrow afternoon. Update from Thailand at the World Youth Championships. Chris Vai currently in 7th place for Junior Team USA on his squad at plus 34. He's got a lot of work to do in the last 2 games if he wants to make the top 4 for the semifinals. It's going to be real tough. Zach Katori in 18th place on his squad at minus 8. Standings coming in. Let me take a look at the number. Wow, the scores are dropping here. It's now a 211.67 average for 50th place, unofficially. And yeah, that cut number may be coming down, folks. I said 235. It's starting to look like it could be less than that, although there's a huge gap between there's a pretty big gap there. It goes from 213.06 for 47th place to 211.67 for 50th place. And right now at 211.67, there's a 3-way tie at that average. So that would be interesting if there was a 3-way tie for for 50th place for the cut, and that would mean a roll-off, a 3-person roll-off. If that held true, I will go silent here for a couple of minutes while I prepare these results to put them on Facebook, so bear with me. All right, head over to my Facebook page, facebook.com/Lucas USBC. When you get there, make sure you click on the images when you see the standings. And that will, it'll open it up a little bigger file and it's easier to read. Tennille Milligan now high on this squad. But in order to take the overall lead at the end of the day, Tennille's going to need 8-11, 8-12 for the last three. That's asking a lot. I don't know that anybody's shot 800 yet in this tournament for 3 games. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think we have had any. So facebook.com/LucasUSBC. I've just posted those updated standings, and when you go there, make sure you like the page as well. So we're watching the 4th game here of the 6-game block. Koizumi trips it out for the strike. I can see that Jen Higgins has the front 6 this game, just to the right of our featured pair. Now that I've said something, probably won't bode well for her, but let's hope that she keeps it going. Keep an eye on it. Again, the standings that I have been posting are unofficial and should be treated as such. They will go through and verify everything when this squad ends. Doing my best to give you guys updates on the scoring on Facebook. I know it's hard to follow along and keep track of your favorite player without any game-by-game scores, so hopefully you guys find it useful and helpful. I wish I could post more scores for you, but it's just I don't have time to be able to get it all done. By the time I would post them all, they'd be done with the next game, and you know how that goes. So posting the top 52 on the regular side, the top 17 on the senior side, that can give you an idea of what the cut number's looking like at least. Jen Higgins, front 7. Leanne Holsenberg front 7 this game. Question in our chat about Anne-Marie Dugan not going particularly well for her here today. Trying to read, she's kind of far away from me. It's hard for me to read her scores. Let me call up the standings that I've got. Yeah, Anne-Marie has fallen off a bit here. She's only plus 72 with 3 games to go. And the cut number is going to be somewhere in probably the 220s, I would guess, at this stage. So she looks like she's in a little bit of trouble. Needs 750 to last 3 to have a sniff at it. And Anne-Marie is only got 112 in the 6th this game. But I believe that Anne-Marie Dugan will be on the featured pair for the next game. So keep an eye out for that. Jen Higgins front 8 now. Leanne Holsenberg still the front 7. She'll be going next. Keep an eye on it. All the dignitaries walking by here, stopping to chat for a minute, so when I go quiet, that's usually what's going on. Let's see what's going on here. And both Holstenberg and Higgins, they ended their strings. Higgins made it to the front 8 and then went 9 spare. She's going to shoot in the 260s, potentially 270s here. And Holstenberg went front 7 and 8 spare in the 8th frame. And looking across the bowling stadium here, I don't see anybody with a chance at 300 this game. I can see Jackie Reese shot 255. Tennille Milligan still absolutely whacking them. She had an open. She missed a single pin, but she's strung strikes since then. She's got, 9 strikes this game and can shoot 267. Jen Higgins 278 is what she had that game. Her husband comes over and says, you jinxed her that game? No, it wasn't me. So we're in the 9th frame, wrapping up the 9th frame here of this 4th game. 2 more to go after this one. This squad is bowling a little bit slower than they did yesterday, but not too bad. Probably at least another, I'd say, hour and 10 minutes of coverage tonight, so probably will be done till about 11:15 Pacific time. Pretty late for those of you out east. If you're staying up to watch tonight, you are a dedicated bowling fan, that's for sure. Because it is late on the East Coast. Recap some of these scores for you as they finish up. Christy Witcher 143. We are on the verge of passing 100,000 fans on our USBC Facebook page. 118 fans away. So if you're not a fan of USBC on Facebook, help us get to 100,000. Facebook.com/USBC1. And I see that because I'm going to post on there Matt Lawson's video today, his video feature on Kelly Kulick. So check that out on Facebook. Just posted the link to that, so if you want to see Matt Lawson's daily report on the event, you can check that out on our Facebook page right now. .257 for Aki Suzuki, 204 for Natsumi Koizumi. Sane Mori 190, Sharman Harden 142. Mai Takasaka 189. Game 4 coming to a close. 2 games to go here this evening, and we'll know who has made the cut. Shelly Neal, 4 in a row. She gets 9 on the fill for 191. Melanie McAllister, 167 here on the featured pair as we will wait for the start of Game 5. Here we go with the start of this 5th game of the block, game 17 overall. 2 games left before we make that cut. On the featured pairs this game, Shauna Shannon, Kayla Stram, Amy Gavage, Ashley Galante. Also have Ann Shivers, Anne-Marie Dugan, and Susanna Signiago. After Game 5, that will be our last update for the results. They will not post any sort of unofficial results or anything, even here in the venue. The last update will be the official standings, and those will come on bowlingsuswomensopen.com. That's where you'll be able to find the standings. I will not have the access to the unofficial standings after Game 6, so we won't be able to give you any sort of update before we sign off. But you'll be able to check it out on bowlingsuswomensopen.com. Susanna. Appreciate everybody staying up late with us this evening. We've got 2 games to go here. And we will have the Cashers qualifying round tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So be sure to join us for that. If you want to find the schedule of the tournament, you can go to bowlingsuswomensopen.com as we take a look at Ashley Galante crossing over for the double. 3 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow is the Cashers qualifying, and that'll be followed at 8 p.m. Pacific by the first round of match play in the regular division, and the only round of match play in the senior division. And then Tuesday, the seniors will return the top 4 for the stepladder finals at 1 p.m. Pacific. And then the regular division, their final 8 games of round-robin match play will take place at 3 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday. And that's the big one. That's the one that's going to finalize the top 5 for the TV show. Shivers with the 10 pin. A lot of strikes over here on 39 and 40 so far. They've pulled 3 frames. There's only 1 non-strike. Shauna Shannon started with a spare. She's the only one that has a spare this game. The rest are all strikes. Ashley with the front 3, Kayla with the front 3, and Ashley and Shauna spare 3-bagger. It's getting late, folks. My mouth's having a hard time working here. It's been a lot of long days. Senior Masters, and then almost right after that, the U.S. Women's Open. So my mouth is running on fumes, I guess. Got a little cotton mouth. Good news is, got some help on the way tomorrow. Reinforcements coming in from Arlington as Jason Overstreet coming in to help out with the broadcast the next couple of days. Question in our chat, are you going to be able to show the senior finals on here? Yes, the senior finals will be broadcasted in their entirety here on Bowl TV, start to finish, all 4 matches. Or maybe it's 3 matches. There's 4 bowlers, it's a 4-player step ladder, so 4 versus 3, the winner versus 2, the winner versus 1, so 3 matches. And we will have all 3 of them right here on Bowl TV. Well, we got another update from Thailand at the World Youth Championships, where there's 1 game left on the squad in the boys singles. This is squad 2 of 4, and 2 junior Team USA members are bowling. Chris Vai currently in 9th on the squad at plus 46, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make the top 4 for the finals. Zach Hattori, he's not going to make it as well. He's minus 11. So Marshall Kent and Andrew Koff will be bowling a little bit later on at the World Youth Championships, and we'll have to keep our fingers crossed that they put up some big scores. They're going to need some big tallies in the singles event, but the singles event always the hardest to medal in in any World Championship because it's only 6 games of qualifying. So it's really a kind of a crapshoot to determine the folks who make the finals. Standings coming in here now, and let's take a look. 211.63 is the average right now at 50th place. And we could actually see that cut number. I'm starting to think it might be 210, to be honest, right at 210. I always like to try to guess high, and that's what I did. Right now, Deandra Asbady has now moved into the number. Based on average, she's plus 202. So let me get this sorted away for you, and we will get that updated for you on my Facebook page in just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. All right, folks, those unofficial standings now on my Facebook page. You can find them there. Make sure you click the image to see the full file. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. You should be able to find those unofficial standings after the 4th game on this squad. Still bowling pretty good on this pair, 39 and 40. Not stringing as many strikes as they were early on, but it's all three of these players going to have pretty good games. Yeah, Ashley Galante can max out at 279 this game. Keep an eye on her, as always. Again, for those of you just tuning in, you can find the unofficial standings on Facebook, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. That's my Facebook page. Ashley with a 10-pin. Signiago, spare strike, spare double this game for Susanna. It's 3 in a row for Signiago. Kayla with the spare, 157 in the 7th for her. The spare up in the 8th. Ashley Galante, 178 in the 7th with the spare in the 8th. And Shauna Shannon, 176 in the 7th with a strike in the 8th. So 3 good games on the horizon here for these players on 39 and 40. So one more game to go after this one. And just begs repeating, we will not have any unofficial standings for you after Game 6. They will wait until the scores have been made official before anything gets published. And when they are ready to make that announcement, it will be on bowlingsuswomensopen.com. bowlingsuswomensopen.com. And we'll have, of course, a recap for you on bowl.com of the day's action. Aaron Smith putting that together for us. Should be a Kelly Kulik story, I would guess. I think that Kelly easily going to be the leader after today. Cut to the top 50 in the regular division and 15 in the seniors. Question about Samantha Howe and how far out of the cut she is. She's plus 157 with 2 games to go, so she needs a big finish to sneak in. 10th frame now for Shauna Shannon, working on a double. Can max out at 266 this game, but not going to happen. Now 242 her max score. Galante leaves a 7-pin for a shot in the 10th. Her max score now 238. nice conversion there by Shauna Shannon. Signiego. Strike in the ninth. Anne-Marie Dugan, Hall of Famer from Edmond, Oklahoma. Leaves the 4-7 in the ninth frame. Game 5 coming to a close here. .235 for Galante, 242 for Shauna Shannon. Kayla Stram gonna shoot .224 here in this game. And Shivers 180 max. Susanna first one in the 10th. She can get to .238 this game. .2457 for Susanna, second shot in the 10th, so she will shoot .224 with the spare. .225 for Anne-Marie is her max with one shot to go here. Looks like Aaron McCarthy will be coming to us for the last game. As we wait for the final game to get underway. It's going to be a little bit before we get started with this final game. A lot of folks with still a couple of frames to go. They build real fast on our featured pairs, so we are going to have to wait probably 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes before we get started with the final game of the night. So hang around, folks. Keep you posted. So we're waiting for the final game of the night to start, and it just dawned on me, hey, they're still bowling off to the right of the featured pair, so I can just turn the camera and show what's... it's getting late. I'm getting tired. My brain's not operating
it's a new concept,
properly.
Lucas.
So it's Almi Guetta just shot 200, Barbara Batt. And Barbara's actually on the bubble for the cut in the senior division, and she's bowling a good game. I think she's on the cut last I saw, but I've looked at the standings so many times that it's all gibberish to me now.
I think I've looked at the standings just about as much as you have.
Yeah. Barbara is she's 16th place based on average. So she's right at
more games.
Yeah, right at the number. She's minus 54, and she's shooting a decent game, although we just jinxed her. She just left a 5, 6, 10.
Oh, well.
And she could have shot 227 this game. That's not an easy spare to make. You don't leave that very often for a right-hander.
No, you certainly don't practice those either.
No. It's hard to get those ones where it's the splits where you got to get the ball between them, but still get the pin that's to the right of it.
Right.
Or the left of it. Those are challenging to make. Let's see if she can make it.
Maybe this is a trick shot of hers.
Nope, not this time. 193 it looks like for Barbara. The reason why we don't show this pair very often, Stephanie, is because I call it the stick. We have the stick in the way, which is the service light thing that I believe they're actually going to remove that tomorrow for me. For when we have match play, we can...
well, at least you can still see the
You can kind of see, yeah. It kind of just
get the idea.
Blocks the players a little bit. But now they're done, so we have to chill and wait for the next game to get started. So
it'll be interesting. Scoring pace is kind of, I mean, there's high games, but there's a lot of low games mixed in with them. So we'll see how it goes.
The cut number is going to be lower than I thought. And I always project high anyways, because that way the people who
shoot lower, they feel
they get
better.
Some warm and fuzzies, you know.
So there's a method to your madness.
And you know what could happen, Stephanie, is that Tammy Turner and Wendy McPherson are tied at plus 210. That could be the number, actually. It's going to be close.
Well,
it's either going to be like, I think
it's
either going to be like 210 or it's going to be like 220. Because there's a huge gap on the A squad. It goes from like 231 to 210.
Oh, okay. And they're tied.
And they're tied at 210. So there's a very real possibility that there could be a tie. I think. Well, I hope I'm wrong, because nobody likes to have a roll-off, especially the people who are running the tournament.
Well,
because it means one extra game for all of us. But
we do what we got to do.
That's right.
Like I said, we've put in some long hours. I've been here all day, every day.
Yeah, it's not terrible, though. I've been to tournaments where the squads have been. If we were in a 48-lane center, this would be a much longer tournament, because there'd probably be 3 or 4 squads.
There'd be more on a pair.
Probably an extra squad, I would guess.
More than likely.
Yeah, 270 bowlers or however.
It would be a lot slower. But no, I think this pace of play is pretty good. You know, and with us stopping in between games, that way everybody starts at the same time. You know, it seems to be working well.
The voice of John Lucido.
He is. He has a voice for radio.
My girl.
Now, I wonder if folks will be hanging around for the official scores. I wonder if the people who are on the bubble are going to hang out.
I would
guess
assume
some of them would.
So.
Yeah, you want to know before you go to bed.
There's no way I'd be able to not know and go to bed wondering.
Yeah. So on the featured pair for the final game, Erin McCarthy, Nancy Janicek, Jennifer Martin, and on 39 and 40, Connie Thibodeau. It's getting late. Jennifer Dovers, Brenda Padilla, and Olivia Sandom. You like how I just move on past it without even attempting to get it correct?
That's right. Just moving along. We apologize if you know her.
Yeah, exactly. Someone wants to know what Samantha Howe shot the last game, 191, so she's in some trouble. She needed a big last 2 games, and she's, I believe, 147 over, so she probably needs about 260 to have a shot, 260 or 270. So
there's been weirder things.
Yeah, there have been some big games out there, but
never know.
Sam's best game today is 215, so might be asking a lot, but you never know. Got to dig deep.
one can be hopeful. That's for sure.
And I would guess that most of the players probably don't know what the cut score is at this point. Probably because the standings are on the very end of the bowling center, so they're kind of hard to see if you're in the middle of the center. So
you can't see them at all.
Yeah, so I would guess a lot of the people who are near the number probably don't even really know.
Right.
But some people like to know, some people don't. I know Deandra never looks at standings. That's what she always tells me. She just doesn't look at them. There's nothing she can do about it. She's just doing her thing.
Just bowl.
Yeah.
Just like we said earlier.
And she's one of the ones that has been kind of floating around the bubble. And I don't know what she had the last game, but she picked up the pace a little while ago and moved into the cut. So
there's a couple people that have just been, right around the 202 teen range. Just nothing really big, just kind of hanging out right there. Not always a bad thing. Certainly can be much worse.
Well, tomorrow you'll have to put on your striking shoes, I think, Stephanie. Keep up with everybody else. Kelly and Linda and Tennille and all them are going to be striking away. Because you're right up there in the standings. So, yeah, you've done nothing but strike this week. So,
I had my share of good and bad breaks. So hopefully that will all continue tomorrow.
Someone says in the chat, give Lucas a 5-hour energy drink.
I think he needs more than that.
Yeah, and I don't go for those things anyway. I don't know if you do or not. You go for those energy things? I never have.
I think they're disgusting.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's a lot
of
stuff I don't want to put in my body.
And that's the whole purpose. It's just a little shot, and I just think it's gross.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not digging it. I'm not digging it, but I don't even drink soda, so.
Hey.
Not going to drink any energy shots.
Should get a shot of espresso or something. At least you know what's in that. I don't know what the heck they put in those 5-hour energy things.
A bunch of things you can't pronounce, probably.
I'd probably get drug tested and not pass.
It's true. You do have the drug testing because you're on Team USA. They just randomly show up sometimes, don't they?
Yeah. They have to
you have
know
to tell
where
them your
you're
schedule,
at
right?
within an hour time frame, so they know I'm here.
Yeah. So theoretically, they could send somebody tomorrow to drug test you if they really wanted to.
So don't be giving me any of that 5-hour energy crap.
Exactly. We don't need a team. We don't need that breaking news on CNN.
Yeah, that doesn't need to be your next press release.
Yeah, that would not be a press release. Yeah, we would definitely not send a press release on that. I promise.
Well, everybody would be on Facebook.
Yeah. Well, Steph, you may have heard by now, but WTBA announced today that John Lucido's Bowling Center is going to host the World Youth Championships in 2016.
I was aware of that 3 days ago.
Yeah, as was I. I wrote the press release for it.
So
that's pretty cool, though, isn't it?
That is
U.S.
awesome.
going to host it. Last time we hosted it, it was in Orlando.
Right.
At Boardwalk.
Yeah, he's super excited. I know he put in for it for 14, and they gave it to Hong Kong. And he's beside himself. He's asking me all sorts of questions, and he's really happy.
And Kevin Dornberger, who is the president of the WTBA, he told me that they had no intention of awarding the 2016 World Youth, but they were so impressed by both bids from both cities, they decided to give Lincoln the 2016 bid, which is pretty cool. It's a great city. The ITCs were there just a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, and it's a pretty cool place. I think the international players will enjoy it.
I told Lucido I was excited because now I can maybe actually get a chance to see his center.
It's a pretty nice center, well run, as you would expect.
Yeah, no, he's great at what he does.
So this is the last game. Country Boy says in the chat that he's a huge fan of Stephanie Nation.
Who's that?
I don't know who he is, but he says
Country
Boy is a huge fan. So Stephanie says hello. We should get the unofficial standings here pretty soon, and as soon as we do, we'll let you know what it looks like the cut might be with going into this last game.
It's always fun watching the ladies from Japan bowl. They're
There's
decked
a lot
out.
of them.
I think we ended up with 11 of them.
Wow.
But I'm always intrigued with their outfits and all the sequins, and it's just so different.
Well, my understanding is that the way they do the professional women's tour in Japan is they're sponsored by cosmetics companies and stuff like that. So they wear a lot of makeup, they dress up, they do their hair real nice. They they not only bowl, but it's kind of a fashion thing as well, which isn't too much different than what the women here
see that,
do.
But you look around here too, and there's a lot of girls that look like they're going prom.
Yeah, exactly.
But whatever works.
Yeah, they got the hair did, got it all curled up and stuff.
You like it, Lucas. Makes for good TV.
I tell you, it's from that standpoint, it's way better than being at the Senior Masters because that's where I was before I came here. So.
Yeah, no more curly hair for me since I chopped it off.
Yeah, yours all. You cut half your hair off, huh? How many inches did you cut off your hair?
9.
9 inches. Holy moly!
I
would guess
donated it.
I was gonna say, I would guess it went to a good cause, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Lots of love.
That's good.
So it's all good.
What inspired you to do that? Were you just going to cut it anyways? And
that was actually my whole intention of growing it for so long, and it just finally got to a breaking point, and I said, I'm tired of this, and it's summertime. I just wanted something new.
Well, it looks nice.
Thank you. Getting used to it.
I'm sure it took you a long time to grow it all the way out, and it will take you a long time to grow that 9 inches back, right?
Oh, yeah. My hair hasn't been this short since 3rd grade.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's been quite some time. We don't have to share that with anybody.
You just shared it with 463 people. Erin McCarthy's had a pretty decent tournament.
Yeah.
Double this game. She's 230, 196, 223, only 172, and then 228. So she's doing all right today.
Yeah. She really strapped on him the first day.
Yeah. She was a leader after round 1 and fell back a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, not as much free hook on the fresh.
No, that's for sure.
Although this squad's making them look a little different than we did this morning, but it's always going to play different when you strip and re-oil that many times in one day.
Correct, yeah.
So.
And we're bowling on fresh pretty much the rest of the way.
Yeah.
There's no more burn.
Mm-hmm.
It's all fresh, although you bowl 8 game blocks in the match play, but there's less bowlers on a pair, so
right.
It's kind of
there might not be as much of a transition. I mean,
it'll be a different transition for sure, I would guess.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little more defined with all the players probably playing in a similar part of the lane. So we'll see how that goes. Like I said, one day at a time.
Brenda Padilla has the front 4 on our featured pair. Be nice to go out with a bang here in qualifying, wouldn't it? Brenda's bowling pretty good today. 214, 211, 270, 6, 235, 217. It's a pretty solid block for Brenda today. And now in front 4. I don't think you would take it because you scored pretty high too.
I did.
You may not have needed that. I don't know what your total is today, but
I shot plus 218.
Okay, so
I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah. She may be maybe in the neighborhood of that by the time that she finishes today.
Yeah, she's probably on pace to be higher than that. Liz Johnson has front 4 over there on lane 50. I know she's not on the pair.
She struggled in the first day, I think, of the tournament, and then
she hasn't had a big day today either. Just 202 teams the whole across the board.
Just kind of chugging along, grinding it out, I guess.
Yeah.
Brenda with the front 5. This is the game where everybody starts to bowl pretty fast. You don't have to worry about pacing anymore. You can just bowl and get the heck out of here and go to bed. I'm sure a lot of these players are pretty exhausted.
I hear that one.
It's a long format tournament. I would guess that after the 40 games, the people who have bowled that many games this week, their hands probably are starting to hurt a little bit, I would guess.
I bet, especially the folks that
don't bowl
this much.
You're probably used to it, but
yeah, so far I haven't.
You bowl a lot of games, but your thumb's looking okay.
I have preventative care on it.
That's the key, right?
I try and prevent it before it happens. So.
I noticed a couple of backup bowlers on our featured pair.
I noticed that.
Yeah, haven't seen too many of them in the tournament, but got a couple of them on the featured pairs this game.
Hey.
Oh, looks like we got an update from Thailand at the World Youth.
World Youth?
Yeah. Well, Chris Vai, he made a run at it, but he's not going to get to the semis. Finished 6th on his squad at plus 53.
Okay.
And Zach Hattori, 22nd on his squad at minus 26. So those guys won't medal for Junior Team USA in the singles, but Marshall Kent and Andrew Koff still to go. So still have some hope.
Yep.
But as you know,
it's not easy out there.
As you know, it's real hard to medal in the singles event because it's just the 6 games and it's so quick and it's over, you know.
Pretty much a sprint.
Yeah.
If you don't get out of the gate, and you're kind of lost.
You won the singles in Vegas, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
At the World Championships
World,
for the adult.
World Women.
Yeah, the World Adult, World Women Championship. And you also bowled the World Youth as well, I believe.
I did, and I got lucky to
Germany, right?
Be at Guam and in
Guam,
Germany.
Yeah. You've been on Team USA and Junior Team USA forever. Longer than some people have been alive.
Oh, let's not.
How many years has it been that you've been in the part of the program?
I was on the junior team for
16
4
or something?
years.
When did you start your first time on the junior team? Was when you were...
Well, I was 15.
15. So
Yep.
I knew you were pretty young when you made it.
And then I've been on the adult
But then
team.
you skipped a few years before you were back on again.
And then I
all the way
made
since.
the 3 years in a row.
Yeah. That's what I thought. So.
Yeah, Shannon won the 3 years that I didn't. We traded on and off. When's their next event out there? Is it doubles, or do they have another squad of singles to go?
Today is, well, they had, yesterday was there's 2 girls squads for singles, and that's over. And then they had 4 boys squads for singles. They had one last night, 3 today.
Oh, okay.
And then the semifinals and finals for the singles are tomorrow morning. Although I say tomorrow, but
right.
the time difference
Whatever
screws that all up.
day it is there.
Yeah, and then they start the doubles that evening and
Gotcha.
go on through. So it looks like I might have some standings coming in here. Try to take a look. All right, looking at the cut number currently, it's right around that 210 number.
Yeah, well.
That's what it's kind of looking like. 211.67 average is 50th place. But there are a few people that are within striking distance of that. Although Olivia Sandham, who actually is on the featured pair this game, she's up right there. She's at 195 over coming into this game. So she probably needs to shoot at 216 to lock her spot in, I would think. Because after that on this squad, the next highest is plus 172. So there's a little bit of a drop-off.
Which is
That's
Masai.
Masai
She's right here on lane
Nakajima.
43.
So, yeah, so she's pretty close, too. So we can keep an eye on that. You would think that she would need about 240 this game, and she could shoot 270 if she maxed out. And then there's a plus 170, a plus 169, a plus 163. So I'm thinking it looks like the number may be around 210. That's kind of what it's looking like now with 1 game to go, but unofficial, of course.
We'll know here soon.
Yes, we will, and I'm going to put that update on Facebook page. But there's something to watch this last game. It's Olivia Sandham. She needs a pretty solid finish to make it into the cut, it looks like. And Olivia with 108 in the 5th and a spare in the 6th. So she's kind of
chugging along,
but she may need another double or so and stay clean to get there.
It's always interesting the last game to watch body language too. You know, especially those that are really close to. It almost seems like they try a little harder because they know they need it.
Yeah.
But
almost too hard.
At the same time, you can only do so much.
And I would guess that Olivia probably doesn't know how close it is.
I would say not.
Yeah, because, I mean, I would not have guessed that the cut number was going to drop that low on this squad, and so she may have guessed that it was going to be higher anyways. But she probably knows she needs a lot of strikes to have a shot at it. There's a 10 pin, something's coming for it. Fast rack, wouldn't have hit it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, the racks here are pretty quick. When you do get the messengers, they usually just hit them, but they never fall over. Just a couple more frames left.
And then Stephanie can get to work.
Oh, yep. That's when the fun begins.
Make sure all those scores are right and ready to go.
It has been a little bit of a challenge like it was last year to, you know, wear both hats and try and work and bowl and work when I'm not bowling. But you do what you got to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, for those who aren't familiar, Stephanie works at BPAA. And what's your title?
Tournament coordinator.
There you go. And this is a BPAA tournament,
so I
you're
pretty much
coordinating it.
coordinate the show and hand it over to Lucido when I get here.
So you can bowl.
Yep. I joke with him, I do all the hard work and he gets the credit for it.
Yeah, that's right. He just shows up and...
He's the voice of the tournament.
That's right.
He certainly
he gets all the
would
glory.
be much better than mine.
And McCarthy's stringing some strikes.
Yeah. Just going to go out on a high note. Always good leading into tomorrow.
All right, the unofficial standings with one game to go are posted on Facebook. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. That's where you can find them. So check them out. Make sure when you get there, you click on the picture, it'll make it a little bigger. Olivia Sandham, 3 spares in a row here. Nakajima with missed single pin in the 7th. That'll hurt her chances of making the cut. 147 in the 7th frame for her.
Liz has a good game going as well. She's over there on the pace for about 260.
She's got 1 frame to go.
Couple high scores. Kayla Bandy over there on pace for another 250. Looks like Ami Guerra's got spare in the next 6.
Yeah, I wonder where Almi's at the in the standing. Take a look.
She's had a pretty decent day so far. 160, 240, 240, 220, 220.
Yeah, she's not. It doesn't look like she's going to make it. She's at plus 70. So yeah, not gonna have enough frames left to get there. She'd have to shoot 340 this game. It's not quite gonna happen.
Hey,
with handicap maybe. I don't know.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah. Yeah, the
bonus
160,
pins.
the 160 first game kind of hurt her a lot. I think today she had a lot of ground to make up and
Right.
got off on the wrong footing.
Hard to dig yourself out of a hole sometimes when you're already that far deep into it.
Yeah. So if all the people who are above the cut line right now stay there on this squad, and let's say Olivia Sandham jumps over Wendy McPherson and Tammy Turner, you know what happens? Roll off.
Do I know what happens?
Roll off.
I was going to say, if we verify everything's good to go,
then it would potentially be a roll-off. So I would guess that if you told Wendy McPherson and Tammy Turner they had a chance to make it after they got done, they might have told you were,
I was full of it.
full of it. But, yeah, we'll
Especially
see.
with the way the squad started.
Yeah.
They started out really hot, and, granted, of course, there's a few that have still remained pretty stellar, but a lot of them have kind of evened out.
Sandham with the single pin leave here, 167 if she makes it in the 8th, and that puts her max score at 217. So she's going to need to make this and double in the 10th to get past them. Yeah. And quite honestly, I think if she does that, she'll make the cut. Unofficially, of course, but that's what it looks like.
It looks like a spare.
And if Olivia went, just to make things fun here, if she goes double 8, we'd have a three-way tie at plus 210.
Wow.
That'd be interesting, huh?
Well,
with a couple other folks at
depends how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah, Deandra's at plus 204. And Kayla Stram, not sure how to say that, is at 203.
Yeah, I can't see where they're at from here.
I haven't seen Deandra in a while. She passed through here
she's probably
earlier,
at the low
so
end.
I mean she's probably down there somewhere. Erin McCarthy's going to shoot 246 this game.
Assuming she strikes, of course.
Yeah, well, I usually always assume the next
I'm
shot's
pretty
going to
sure
be a
that's
strike.
going to be.
Considering she's thrown like 9 strikes
option.
this game, 8 strikes this game, pretty good chance. Yeah, I don't know where Deandra is. That would be interesting to know. And Kayla passed through here a little while ago.
Kayla Stram.
Yeah, I think she was moving left, but I'm not sure. She was on the feature pair a couple of games ago. Let's see if Aaron proves me right and gets a strike on the fill.
Solid.
Bam. That looked like a Stephanie Nation carry right there. All 10 back.
A couple of mine today were a little sketchy, but they all look good on the screen.
I can tell you don't average 234.67 without having a few sketchy strikes in there. Right? You got to get some breaks somewhere.
Hey.
For 18 games, you're going to get some breaks eventually.
I deserve those after some of the 8 pins I left today.
Yeah, I bet.
So I'll take them all. There comes a point where beggars can't be choosers.
That's right. So this is our final game of the night. Brenda Padilla is in 7th place based on average coming into this game, and she's going to shoot, looks like 226 if she spares the strikes here.
Yep. Should be pretty solid.
Yeah, I guess at least we have something of significance here on the last frame with Olivia needing a couple of strikes to potentially make the cut.
Neil and Shannon O'Keefe made a big jump today.
Yeah, Tennille's bowled well.
Yeah, they bowled really great.
Tennille was whacking them. I saw her come through, and she was strike all day long.
Yeah, I know she's down at the low end as well. So
yeah, she was moving that direction.
I'm not sure if Shannon made the flip or not, but she may be on the last pair.
Oh, I do see Kayla. She's over here. Kayla Strom. Boy, only going to shoot 180 this game, and that's going to drop her. That's going to drop her out, I think. It's good news for Kayla Johnson, who's sitting at plus 209.
Oof, that's going to be close.
It is going to be close. It's a matter of there's too many variables to really project what the cut's going to be, but somewhere around 210 is what I'm thinking.
Seems to be your magic number, Lucas. We'll see.
Yeah, I was saying 235, but scores are a lot lower today than I kind of thought they would be. I knew they would come down a little bit, but I didn't think they'd come down this much.
They were, again, I mean, granted, I bowled well. They were different. They certainly were different. I didn't even throw the same balls I did on the fresh the first day. Which is fine. I mean, I guess you kind of anticipate that with, we're bowling after the women's championships, 2 squads, and then stripping and re-oiling, and, you think you have an idea of where to play because you've already played on the fresh, but it just doesn't ever work that way.
Well, Olivia leaves the 2-pin, and that means that she can only get to 201 over. And
she might just miss it.
Yeah, that might be asking a lot. There's a couple of people bunched up in there. It kind of depends on what Deandra did and, some other folks. It's going to be close. But if I had to guess, I'd say that she's going to fall a few pins short. We'll find out.
Well, I guess we'll see here Hopefully not too much
Yeah, I was
longer when they're
gonna say,
done.
I know that you guys will be working to get the scores verified as quick as possible because you want to get out of here just as much as everybody wants to know the scores. So they will not be. There won't be any unofficial scores coming out after this game. We're going to wait and verify everything so we don't get any heartbreak or anything because there's a pin off somewhere.
Right.
We want to make sure that everything's accurate before we give any final numbers. But the final standings will be on Bowling's US Women's Open.com. How long do you think it'll be before we get them up there?
I'm going to say
45 minutes,
probably
maybe?
about 45 minutes after the squad's done. We'll have it posted, regular division and senior division, of course.
Probably around midnight or so. It's 11:13 right now here in Reno, so probably around midnight or so, maybe a little after.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, well, and I'll tweet and post on my Facebook the cut number for everybody so they want to know as soon as we know it. So that's going to do it tonight. Thanks, Steph, for sitting in for a little bit. Now go back there and verify those scores for us. So we
All
get
right.
out of here.
Good night, everybody.
Stephanie Nation.
Bye.
Lucas Wiseman signing off here from Reno. Back again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time with the Cashers qualifying round. Again, check Bowling's USWomen'sOpen.com for the final official standings. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you here tomorrow.